2-minute warning, 2 minutes to play.
You're still off.
Yep. We got the hecklers in the front row?
Yeah, exactly. I don't. Thank you. So you'll turn it up a little bit more? A little bit more? All right. Still pretty quiet, Paul TL. I am, all right. And a hush falls over the crowd. That's incredible. Thank you, everybody, for coming out for now our 8th in-person SMS Summit. For those that are not used to the basic cycle, today is our training day. We want to make sure that for the rest of the sessions, you have the opportunity to have a foundational knowledge of Builder, because that's what a lot of people talk about. And then also excited to actually have the first live training for ESMS done in this afternoon. So thank you guys for coming out. We have certain assurances that we might have a government that is open for business by the end of the day. That would be exciting. Other things to note, we have power strips underneath the table. Have your laptop, that's great for the morning session. You're going to be able to follow along, click in, everybody gets a username and password into Builder, and this is a playground that is safe. There is no real customer data or anything in here to be concerned about. With all the power strips, we have about 100 of these on 2 outlets, so let's hear it for historical buildings, and we might burn the place down. So that should be very exciting.
The emergency exits are right behind us. And I want you to know that yesterday on my hands and knees. Yeah, oh, look at that. I love you guys. It's good to see you guys.
For those that are not here in person, we are going to have all the resources on the smssummit.com website. So if you want to download the training files, the PDF files will be posted there right after we finish this event. And then the afternoon will be posted there after. Paul, shall we?
Let's do it. Now we're going to welcome.
Now, I do want to call out our sponsors. None of this would be possible without their participation. So, I am here welcoming you on behalf of the Real Property Asset Association, our minted 2 years ago 501c3 nonprofit. But our sponsors include Digon Systems, Stantec, Alpha, Tetra Tech, Jacobs, WSP, and Pond. Please go out to the lobby, say hi, shake a hand if you feel like this information is valuable. Thank them for helping us keep it going.
Yeah, we can't do it without you guys. Appreciate it.
All right. This is going to be a kind of old and new in one day. So after I finish covering the agenda and
Am I the old?
I'm certainly not the new. My back tells me that every day. Builder training in the morning. We're going to kind of have a very quick overview. The last time we were here 2 years ago, we did a full end-to-end in one day. It was pretty intense. We're going to cut down and narrow the scope to certain steps that we can reproduce in the afternoon in ESMS. I really want to hammer home what we have now versus what's coming later. And then after a break, we're going to just continue that. You have a full hour and a half for lunch. Recognize that the Riverwalk is not always super fast, but we are going to get going right at 1:30 because there's a lot of material to cover in the. Oh, sorry. We're going to start right at 1 and get into the ESMS live environment. Excited that we are actually able to bring that to you. Please be aware that this is not a server that is local, so who knows, Cyril might have done a patch last night and all of our permissions are gone. We're just gonna kind of wing it with you. So, my name is Kurt Sorensen. I am the kind of board chair of Real Property Asset Association, but my day job is with Digon Systems, president and founder of that.
How did I get top billing?
Well, because you're more important, you're controlling the computer. So I've been providing builder training for roughly 15 years now, and education being pivotal to our organization starting and pivotal to what we're trying to do with our PAA. This is something that's near and dear to me. And so we are going to be tag teaming this because I thought that having one voice, monotonous throughout the entire environment, could be tough. And there's also things that he's better at than me and things that I'm more specialized in. So Paul, you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, hey, Paul Showalter. I've been in Builder since 2012 and got thrown into it on the assessment side. I had to learn it really quick and teach my team it so they could go out and do assessments. If I can learn it, so can you. My background is architecture. I've done facility condition assessments longer than some of you have been alive. And yeah, I've done a lot of training and a lot of field work with Builder.
All right. So when structuring today's conversation, we actually went back to the SMS site. So if you go to smserdc.dren.mil, they outline the SMS process as an inventory, assess, forecast, plan, analyze. It is not specific to Builder, it's not specific to Paver, it's any of these family of products, it's all that same structure. So that's how we're gonna structure both the morning and afternoon from their source material, from their products, and go through each one of those steps one by one. And it is a bit of a flyby. We're certainly not going to be able to touch on every major feature capability because we're here for one day. Occasionally we'll go down in the field meet with your teams, and it's typically 3 days, and that's to touch everything, not really get good at everything. In this world of Builder, I always want to make sure everybody has a clear understanding of what the objectives are. We're going to call back to it. Trying to force Builder to do something that it's not great at sometimes can be more problematic than using a more specialized tool. So this asset management kind of platform tells you what do you have, and to a great level of detail. One of the differentiating factors, it's not just what do I have that I maintain, it's what do I have. And once I know what I have, what's its condition, if I can predict into the future how it's going to degrade over time, how long will it last before I'm in problem area where I have risk to mitigate, and to mitigate risk, what should my spending profile be to address those things? This is typically been used through our experience as a budget justification tool. How do I go out there and tell those with the power of the purse strings, this is the finances that I need to sustain my facilities over the next time cycle? And having a reproducible, transparent product that generates that's leveraged by a lot of different organizations has been effective. Builder exists within a family of SMS products. So SMS is not messaging. Here it's sustainment management. For anybody that's listening in our administrations, it's not sustainability, it's sustainment. So we are trying to understand what we need as a budgetary perspective to plan and predict our repairs and replacements to make sure you have the money necessary to fix things. It actually started with paver, airfields got broken down into sections of road, sections of airfields, and through a standardized inspection process, they knew what planes were safe to land on what flat surface. Flat surfaces like pavement often gets compared to roofs. You can do a roof section, break it down, do a standardized inspection process, understand what your needs are long term. Want to move on? Our afternoon is going to talk about how this SMS family is going to merge into the enterprise sustainment management system. This is a brand new platform that has been under development for several years. A lot of those screenshots are fairly old now based on what we see, but that's going to be a standardized product that does not have stovepipes of my pavement information doesn't talk to my buildings, my roofs and roofer don't get into Builder. All of that is going to be addressed in ESMS. When you talk about that first question of what is the question that Builder's trying to answer, it's what do I have? Builder is a very hierarchy specialist structure, and it starts with your organization. Who is it that is trying to go out and get funding? Sometimes you're going to split that up into east-west, sometimes it's command structures, but your organizations can have as many levels as necessary. Within every organization is a site. Those sites have an area cost factor. To do work in Hawaii is not the same as Alabama. So your sites typically are a fence line, like a school campus or an installation. And below that is your buildings, your primary metrics tier for what am I reporting for FCI, BCI, what is my ask? Do I need to get a MILCON or a different project to address a building? And below that is all uniformat. So if you're familiar with uniformat level 2, it's a numeric system of categorizing those assets. So your roofing, your exterior envelope, interior finishes, plumbing, HVAC, electrical, they're basically buckets for holding information. And what they hold are sections. Everything that matters in Builder is rolled up from the section. So it's not to be, hyperbolic, but this is the most important level. It's the bottom level of that pyramid, and everything rolls up from it. So you cannot do a system-wide assessment. You can't say my HVAC is green, or you cannot say my plumbing is, red. You have to say, down to that section of that one chiller, I have 17 interior wood doors. I have the 3,100 square feet of exterior wall is here. So to gather these sections, we need to know what I have. And as a budgetary modeling tool, the roll-up door, the personnel door, and the glass door are all different. They have a different life cycle. They will last a different amount of years. They have a different replacement cost. Some are even measured differently. Your curtain wall, your glass curtain wall might be measured by square feet, where your roll-up doors are measured by each. So your sections have to be specific enough to get to a reasonable cost and a reasonable service life. And what we do in Builders, we quantify that section to say, how much do I have? What year was it installed? So I can start to make that life cycle plan. When I do assessments, I always inspect my sections to say, what condition am I observing right now? And then at that financial decision of what do I need to spend money on, it's at that section level. What of those things need my attention and need my money? So next. Every section has a life cycle. And this is where ERDIC was able to get a lot of people PhDs in the research center, is they went out and did the research to say, what is the life cycle curve of my components within a building? When I look at how a roll-out door behaves over its life cycle, when I install it, it is perfect. It is a 100, because everything is installed by the government is done correctly and to the highest spec possible. But we're going to assume that it's 100, and then life happens. You have a very flat initial life cycle prediction, because that first 30% of its life, it's really hard to differentiate between a brand new door and something that's 5 years old. It's pretty well installed and low risk of failure. So that condition doesn't start to drop off until you get into really the latter half of its life. And as somebody that just celebrated my 49th birthday, that's getting more and more personal every day that I provide that training. So, all right.
I don't want to hear it.
As you degrade, as you start to go down that curve, it gains speed. That over the hill and gaining speed matters for your equipment as well. So the rust that starts to invade your gears, the bearings that start to wear, the further they get into the wear cycle, the faster they break down. And so for a typical design life of something that lasts about 20 years, it follows the shape until you get to an end of design life. This condition index of 40. This is different than a lot of software that will claim at end of design life you're at 0, because I think we all have had the pleasure of walking into buildings that are existing long beyond their original spec. Our biggest client, and who's hosting a bunch of meetings right in the space next door, is the National Nuclear Security Administration. They are still having to maintain buildings out of the Manhattan Era project that cannot be torn down, that are still mission critical. So if you think that you're in a rough spot, go find somebody from NNSA and then they'll make you feel better about what you have to sustain. But between 40 and 0 is your increasingly risky situation where things are barely there and still maybe functionally in place, but not necessarily in a low risk environment. It could fail at any time. So your life cycle goes from perfect condition index of 100, pretty much a 0 chance of failure, down to a 40 at the end of its planned design life. That's when you say in the next year or two that may or may not work, all the way down to a 0 where you have a pile of rubble on the floor providing no value.
And that was one of the hardest things that when I was learning Builder, I wanted the end of the design life to be 0. And I had to keep telling myself that it's 40. So the CI is 40 at the end of the design life and not 0. Drove me crazy.
My favorite restaurant, the whole roof along the side of the river is just sagging, and they have trees and plants growing out of the storm drains. You know, there's a lot of things less than 40 out there. For us, and I say us as the system, to be able to accurately predict how each one of these components are going to behave over time, we need to have a robust catalog. We need to have an accurate catalog to kind of set that baseline predicted life. So when you say, hey, I'm installing these kitchen sinks in 1995, you know that we have 35 years of reliability. Your catalog is going to determine how Builder operates. So don't think of it as just kind of a behind-the-scenes black box that you can ignore. These models really make a difference. So every one of the servers of Builder has a unique catalog. It is right now the joyous process of ERDIC to try to blend and merge all of these into a single common catalog, but there is truth that different agencies have different specialties. There are things that NOAA maintains that Defense Health does not. So your catalog goes down through Uniformat to say, where's my classification of that section? How am I gathering it? Is it an each? Is it a linear feet? Is it a square feet? How many years should I expect out of it? And this is from the manufacturer often themselves. I will say the design life tends to be a bit conservative based upon what we're seeing. The manufacturers will tell you, we want you to buy our parts every 15 years, even though they might last 25. And then that cost. This baseline unit cost allows that end of the process when we start generating a work plan to say, not only do I need to replace that boiler because of its condition, here's what it should cost roughly. This is not an engineered cost. We don't know if there are crane or excavation or swing space necessary. It is just going to get you in an order of magnitude. I promise it's not going to all be theory. It's not all slides. I'm not going to kill you with PowerPoint. That's why Paul's going to be here in front of the computer. But things don't always go to plan. Running an event and a conference like this, right in the middle of a February government shutdown, I would say was not to our plan. But you sign a contract, you set out notifications, you get sponsors, and you have to follow through. So the reason that the catalog exists is to be able to set an initial expectation. How long should that roof look? How well should that roof look after 20 years? But the inspection is going to be able to tell you, well, yes, a roof might normally look like a good roof, but we're in Colorado Springs with golf-sized hail that just came by and destroyed it. So we have to add inspections based upon our observations. This observation was that it was lower than predicted. So somebody went out, took an inspection in 2020, and said, well, while Builder predicted it was going to be up there to 95, I see it as an 89. And now what Builder takes with that is the opportunity to adjust when you need money. It is saying, let's try to go out and say, we're going to have end of reliability for our end of service life of when it's low risk of failure, and move that up a few years. By and large, most of the assessments that I see are actually extending life. They're saying things are in better shape than I expected. People have been maintaining this. It has been, repaired a little bit here and there. So you're kicking that can of investment down the hill. Your condition assessment is just your observation in that moment today. So when you can see a condition, add it. I would say be cautious of trying to kind of reverse engineer yourself based upon, well, it is a 30-year-old thing, therefore it should be right around here. No, be truthful to what you know. The good thing about having experts in the field is that they're going to be able to also understand how pumps behave when they're 30 years old without necessarily needing to pull them open and look at them. So if one section is fun, one section has a life cycle and a predicted failure point, what about a building with 2 million square feet? You're going to have more than one section at any given time. You're going to have your foundations, exterior envelope, you're going to have a superstructure that has a 100-year life, and you're going to have carpet and other things with 20-year lives. So overall, if you take a weighted sum of every section in a facility at a given point in time, you can create a BCI, and that is to say, weighted by cost, what is my average condition of every section in my building? And this is just an artist's rendition, but things don't always just normally degrade down. Sometimes they're fixed, sometimes they're replaced. I will say, for people that are used to showing improved metrics to leadership, hey, we got better, we're doing more, things are getting better, I would say BCI will trend down. There is a reason that buildings are built with a specific lifespan. We're not building pyramids today. The granite that's 3 foot thick is not really what's being put on the walls. So even though we're sustaining our facilities, even though we are going out and fixing the air conditioning and replacing windows, your BCI will trend down because buildings are actively trying to return to dust. As a financial planner told me, your home is not an asset. It is actively degrading. So.
And each one of these would represent a section in that building. So Kurt showed the life cycle curve kind of in general, but this would be every section within that building. And he mentioned that like a carpeting has a shorter life cycle curve, so this would be that first one has 7 years. So that carpet gets a very steep curve, where a foundation might be at a 100-year curve, so it's going to extend out, it's going to go way out over here past the timeline. And then each time anything was improved, repaired, it's going to get that bump. So you see the little spikes going up, that would be a bump in the condition index because something was improved. And then the BCI follows along with it.
All right, 3 more slides and then we're going to get to play. And for those that are people that have been in Builder forever, forgive the talk that you've all heard 1,000 times. I appreciate you being here regardless. Understanding the condition is not enough by itself to generate budget. Trying to shout to leadership, hey, my buildings need money, doesn't seem to be effective. They'll often say, well, just tighten your belt. We're all trying to deal with less. Budget realities are kind of a thing that is often passed down without real consideration. The power of Builder is that you can quantify risk. You can say, if you reduce my budget, here's the impact of that decision. Here is what I cannot maintain. So if the elevators fail, if the air conditioning turns off and we have to send everybody home, just know that I gave you adequate warning that this is a risk that the organization is taking on, and this may be a mission we cannot perform. To do that, the organization can set standards. So where a traditional FCA might go around with data gathering tools and say, here's your problem, here's your problem, here's your problem, go get money and do it, a Builder assessment says, here's what you have, here's where it is in its life cycle. Now, organization, you figure out what you want to do with that information. It's your building, you set the standards of what is good enough for us, because not everybody has the same standard for the same thing. For Defense Health, their interior elements are required for safety of not getting infections. But maybe for Defense Logistics, that's a very different situation where their warehouses don't need to be as clean. So when you set your standards for condition, you say, this is what my organization needs. As that life cycle curve approaches your condition cutoff, work is asked for, money is asked for. If you say, yes, I did that, you get a condition improvement, a life cycle extension or renewal, and then you continue that process. Builder right now is not designed for end-of-lifing buildings. It's designed for sustaining everything that you're maintaining as a asset. So it's going to say, even though you have an old building, we're still going to tell you when those front doors are looking like they need to be replaced. All of that work is what's now in the FCI. So we talked about briefly that BCI is a roll-up of all your sections condition. It is just condition, condition, condition. It does not include any financial metrics about what I'm asking for. Where FCI is saying, what is my work divided by my replacement value times 100. It is sometimes challenging to get people to understand, I can make a building's FCI perfect. Even in a very red building with a bunch of failing equipment, if I just set very low standards. My son that's 18, I say, if you want more dates, lower your standards. If you lower your standards, you're gonna hit your objective every time. So, if your FCIs look weird, and you're saying, wait, there's no way my FCI should be 90, that building is 80 years old, well, have you generated work, and are those standards saying this is good enough and this is not good enough appropriate to your mission? I can also make FCI 0 and negative values real quick. When we first started, people were saying, well, I want everything green, I want everything 90. Well, that means that builder will generate and ask for money on anything older than 10 years old, and it was not realistic. So those work triggers to say what is good enough are very important for your FCI to have any value whatsoever. The replacement value also needs to be reasonable to have a reasonable FCI. Sadly, I have yet to be able to fix that. That's not my call on what buildings get called as replacement. It's a different department.
And don't get caught up in the math for the FCI. I always look at it, if I've got an older car and I have to do a bunch of repairs to it, gotta put new transmission, is it worth investing that money into something that is that old, but compared to what the replacement of that might be, if it's gonna be a $30,000 replacement, then maybe a $20,000, $2,000 repair isn't so bad. So just think of it in terms of what it's going to take to put in that work compared to what the value of the building is. Ooh, it's time for me.
Yes.
All right, we're going to click into Builder now. All right, so if you thought overloading the power system in this building was fun, we're going to overload our Builder server right now, with a couple hundred people logging in and clicking around. So, if you want to play along, feel free to go to that URL, my.buildersoftware.net. You've got a username, and we're all sharing the same password.
And this also works for those that are participating virtually. We have the YouTube stream and Teams channel. So, if any of your teammates, colleagues would like to follow along, you can always send them the link. And also, we're going to be keeping the live stream up on YouTube for reference later. So,
all right, so we're going to take a little time for everybody that wants to click in, and we've got 100 or 200 people online that are going to be doing this too. So this is going to be a little slow paced. We make sure everybody gets in. We're also going to be sending in, they can also send in questions, and we'll get questions online. If you do have questions here, we do have mics up here in the front. Hopefully you can come down to there, and we're doing that so the people online can hear you and see you too. So, all right, we're going to turn the mics on. So if you can, come down to the mics. And if you do have a question online, go ahead and put it in the chat, and we'll try to address those too. All right, so I can't tell if anybody online is already logged in, but is everybody who's trying to get in the house? Have we successfully logged in, or have we already crashed the server? Got a thumbs up? I had to put my glasses on to see that. All right, we got lots of thumbs up. I think we're good to go. All right, Ready or not, online people, we're going to go in anyway. All right. And hopefully, we have I told the guys to have this not time out for us, so we should be able to not have to time out. You're welcome.
So for those that don't know, Builder has a randomized timer that sometimes it'll just force you to re-log in after 10 seconds, sometimes 15 minutes. And it's always when you're doing something important and you don't remember what it was before, and you don't know if you hit save. So I would say, just, back to your Sunday school, Jesus saves, so should you. Click that little save button in the top right pretty often, and that way, when it does time out on you, you can have confidence that you haven't lost any of your work.
That said, I think I'm timed out, but because I was logged in much earlier. So they were supposed to have set this up for us, so I can't do anything, so I've got to escape out of here.
We did have a situation where somebody called us and said, hey, I've been adding inspections for the last 3 hours and Builder's deleted them all. And then I said, well, did you hit save on any of them? And they said, what? And I'm like, oh. So, yes.
All right. And there we go. Thank you, Kurt.
Sometimes, Jesus takes the wheel or I take the wheel. That's right. We're going to have all the jokes today. Corny.
Okay, it does go in. Okay. All right, so here's your landing page, and we're just going to do a quick tour of the landing page, and then we're going to go back in and do some inventory ads and do some inspection ads and things like that. But just real quick for orientation, on the left side we have our navigation over here. We click down and we have our navigation tree. We'll get into that in a moment when we talk about the inventory. That's on the left side. On the right side, you see all of the metrics for what you have clicked on the left side. So depending on what you have highlighted here on the left, you will see all the metrics here on the right. There's always a couple different tabs up here at the top. We'll get into some of those as we go into inventory and assessment. We have our all-important save button up here. Up here on the upper left, we have the work configuration settings. That's what Kurt was talking about, where you set the thresholds of, on our example that we had, that the boiler needs to have work done at 58. So we set the CI at a 58. The boiler is going to trigger work at a 58. Those are all set in the work configuration. We generate work plans here. We do scenarios here. Scenario is looking out up to 10 years into the future for what work needs to be, what work is needed. You can run reports up here. There's also a reports tab here. I hate this one up here at the top. I only use this one over here on this side.
Did you know that that's going away this year, this version?
In Builder?
Yeah.
They're actually changing, oh, they're doing some, okay.
Standard reports are able to be disabled.
Nice. And then tools up here, these are for if you're importing something out of Bread, and we'll get into Bread a little bit later what that is, but if you're bringing files back into Builder from Bread, that's up here. Administration activities, I'm not an admin at this instance, so I don't have access to those. We also see our library, and that's where we have the cost book. So we showed you the catalog, or a screenshot of a catalog. This is where it lives. Inflation books are here, the service lives are here, everything is here in the library. And then you can also unlock your buildings. So if you check out a Bread file and it locks all your buildings, you can come up here and unlock them through here.
I do want to call out the help in the top right. I am a person that has been in this environment for a long time, but I still like using help because it uses the language specific to Builder. And it's also non-encrypted, so if you ever have a question that somebody wants to figure out what are the permissions in Builder, what does a master planner do, you can actually just click on help, get that context, send that link off, and it has all the information in the right language. So Searle has put a lot of time and energy in maintaining their help and reference materials, and I still like it from an education perspective. And it's contextual, so It knows where you are, so therefore it knows what kind of help you need. I'm sure the AI agents are going to get that place soon. It says, I know that you're trying to find some lunch. Maybe here's what you should eat.
Two more things I want to show you on the tour of the landing page. Over here on the left side in the tree, we have a tab up here for inventory. We also have one down here for condition. That changes our view. And we also have one for functionality. And we'll get into some of those a little bit later. And up here at the top, here I have the ability to search, but that's only because I have certain permissions at this instance. So if you don't have a search bar available to you, you don't have the permission to do so. Otherwise, it's a really good way of trying to find a specific building when you've got hundreds and hundreds of buildings to scroll through. All right. Let's talk about inventory. Let's do some inventory. Kurt, on the intro of the 5 different steps related to SMS, the first one being of what do you have in your building? Here's where we get to do it. We're going to do our inventory and add something, and this is where we know, this is how we'll know what we have in our building. All right, so same logins. What we're going to do is I'm going to add a building, and then you're going to add a building. All right, and I've got some specific things that I wanted to add to it. So I've got my cheat sheets here, hang on. Okay. So I'm gonna click down, and everybody, you guys probably won't see these child organizations. You'll see the parent organization at the top. You'll probably see this 2026 Builder Summit or child organization. I'm going to click on this, and don't worry, I'm going to have you guys do this too. I'm just going to click through and show you first. I click into my, oh, Kurt's already added some buildings. We have a Kurt and a not Kurt. All right, so I'm going to click into my.
Who's not Kurt here? I mean, come on.
I'm going to right click on my site. I'm going to add a building. You can also get to it up here. Add site, add organization, where's my?
So Builder is a little bit unique. If you've used Gmail or other web applications, you typically used to, right click allows you to open link in a new tab and do other copy type things. Part of the reason why the ESMS needed to be a start from scratch effort is they needed to start with a kind of web application common framework that doesn't get broken from different browsers. And then if you update your settings, all of a sudden things don't work. So yes, those buttons that once you select something in the navigation pane, the option buttons change. If you don't have memorized what those buttons mean, you can always right click and find your text description of what should that button do. Like Paul's gonna add a building.
Here we go. So I add a building. I've got this information. Again, I'll have a screen with this on it so you guys can follow along after I put it in, but I'm gonna put this in now. I'm gonna go building 001. I'm gonna go building name. Paul's building. I love Paul's building.
No.
We also have to have a building use. So I'm gonna click in that. I'm gonna make this an admin building. So I don't have to search through. This actually scrolls forever. So I'm gonna come in and I'm just gonna type in admin, and I like that one, administrative office. So 61010, I'm gonna pick that one for my building use. I'm gonna stick with the default permanent on my construction type. Status is active, I'm gonna keep that. Does not contain, let's put in something, let's say there's no fire suppression.
That's always a good idea in an office building.
Yeah, no fire suppression, why not? Year built, I'm gonna go 1961. We have to have a number of floors, it defaults to 1. I'm gonna go to 2. And you have to have an area. And we've got 25,300 square feet. I've got all the information that I have to have into my building.
So we talked about FCI earlier with the denominator being your building replacement value. You have two options as an organization. You can load in facility costs. A lot of them are defined by UFC and lots of, math. Or builder will calculate a building replacement cost for you. Based upon the category code of administrative office, the server has a default, hey, what does this cost per foot? How does that increase as you gain in floors? So if that was a 25,000 square foot building of 5 floors, it'll be even a little bit more. So that's how Builder uses those category codes to generate a cost for you of a facility. Most will actually load that from their real property database. I think we have a question online.
We have a question asking about the square footage. Is the square footage per floor or total?
Total gross square feet of the facility. Good question.
Yeah, good question. Thank you.
And the does not contain doesn't really change any of the cost modeling. It's largely used for quality assurance and checking up on the assessment teams after the fact. If your guidance from leadership is go out and do an assessment and include fire suppression, and then they don't see any components attached to fire suppression, like, well, did you mess up because you just didn't bother? Or did the building not have fire suppression at all? Therefore, I'm gonna, kind of preempt your question of why didn't you do any fire inspections? Well, because there was none.
Yeah, it's not used in any of the builder algorithms. All right, now I'm gonna hit add. This building number.
Paul's building that already exists.
There we go. All right, woohoo, I have a building. So now if you notice that when we first started at the organization, we have these metrics at the parent organization. If we click into the site, we have these different metrics now because we're looking at the site level. And now we have a building, and there's probably not gonna be, it's all nice and clean because we don't have anything added yet. So now I'm gonna come back here, and you guys are gonna add a building. So,
Yes, that's what, yay.
The building use field, is that generic to all Builder? Is it site specific? If you have something you need that's unique to your site, do you add a use?
So the category codes are kind of agency specific. Like an Air Force category code is not the same as a Navy category code. So when your server is set up, depending upon who hosts it, there will be a default catalog. If you want to change it, that's certainly something that the admins behind the scenes can do. But you're gonna need to identify kind of a number, what is the name of that facility category, and then what is the replacement cost per foot.
Okay, but our drop down would be driven by which server is hosting our instance of Builder?
Yes,
Okay.
and
then
probably a little bit closer to the mic for the people that are at home.
I'm 5 foot, so I can get on my feet there. And if you are utilizing FIMS, does the new building flow from FIMS into your instance? So you would do the inventory, but you wouldn't necessarily do the add a building?
Good question. So depending upon who's kind of running your platform for Builder, your sites and organizations are typically loaded from headquarters when they say this is how we're going to organize everything. We have a process with FIMS, that is the Department of Energy Real Property System, where they will update things nightly, but it's not going to create assets that don't exist. So if you have new construction, you need to make sure that that alt facility ID is lined up with your FIMS, basically real property unique ID. And if you have alignment there, then the FIMS sync works every day.
Got it. And then my last question is, you said to save every time. Is that a literal go and click that button? Is there a keyboard shortcut? Can I control S to do
No.
that? Dang, all right, thank you.
Sorry, yes, it is a button. Sometimes it says save, sometimes it says confirm, sometimes it says
Okay.
proceed, okay. Just if it looks positive, click it. It's a good thing.
And you'll love this. There's no undo button.
Yeah. No control Z, sorry.
All right, so if you haven't already, I'm sure you're probably already there. You make sure that you're on your inventory tab. It's going to default to that, but make sure you're on your inventory tab. Go to the organization, 2026 Builder Summit, and then to the site. And then here's your info that you're going to add to your building. Ready, go.
We're going to be stepping through the, all the way down to a section and inspection as well. So if you want to play along later, when it's a little bit more, inspection specific, you need to have a building component system to hold that. Or you can, go into not Kurt's building. I don't know who that person is, but they like to have you mess with their stuff. We are all in the same environment with the same logins, so please be respectful that everybody should be creating something with their name so that they can play in their own facility and not confuse somebody that's trying to do something. I do want to especially call out, we are not worried about real property unique ID, but in the real world you are. It is very important, even as we start talking about ESMS migration, for this to work, you need to have a good building identifier. The buildings that we're capturing are those that you sustain. So if it's kind of a building on the campus that's connected to a university, they're really nice people, so you kind of sometimes fix their stuff. That's really not what Builder's designed for. Builder's designed for those sustained assets that you get funding for by square foot. So if it's not yours, probably want to leave it out of the Builder system. Even though sometimes it takes time and effort, we have to play by the rules. And when you start talking about data syncs, it needs to have a guidance to say this is our sustained facility assets, and the real property unique ID aligns with that real property database of record.
All right, those of you in the house, thumbs up if you've got a building. Got a couple. Anyone struggling? Hopefully online you guys are doing okay. Got a thumbs up from the online people. Sweet. All right. Now we're going to add a building level comment because our building has an addition to it. So let's make that in a note so that future people can know that there was an original building and then a south addition. So I'm going to go back. I've got my Paul's Awesome Building clicked. Up here on comment at the top, that is our building level comment. There's lots of places to put comments in Builder. You got to make sure that you've got the right thing clicked and highlighted, so it's going to go to the right spot. So I've got my building highlighted. I'm going to go to comment. I'm going to add South Addition, completed in 1999, 5,300 square feet. And I love typing live in front of 200 people. South Addition, it looks like I spelled everything right. All right, I hit OK. This time the thing is OK. Now you notice that the comment has a green check now. That means it successfully has a comment. And if I click back on it, there it is.
Comments about the building or anything really in the inventory is meant to be permanent. Like these things, if you want to have a date timestamp of when you left that comment, you actually have to type it in. It is not, something that is user specific. It doesn't know who put that in and when it was added. So if you want to have a building comment that says, in 2026, this was used for COVID research, well, then put that in and say, according to this group, this is what it was used for.
Make sure you hit save.
Thank you, Eric. I will hit save now, just to be sure. All right, so let's go back. So now, if you haven't already, so that you can see what I typed in here, you're going to go up to that. Make sure you have your building clicked on and highlighted. You're going to go to that comment thing at the top and type in South Addition completed 1999, 5,300 square feet, and then you're going to hit OK. And then I'm looking for a thumbs up in the house to see if everybody's caught up. All right, we're looking good. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so we've got a building. You remember from the navigation tree that Kurt showed, we go from building to system to component to section. So now let's add a system and component. And just like before, I'm gonna add a system and component, and you're gonna add a system and component. Okay, back to builder. And like before, now this time I'm gonna right click, and instead of adding a building to my site, I'm now adding a system to my building. So right click, add system.
And that icon does not look like a swastika at all. Don't make that mental correlation in your mind, because once you see it, you can never unsee it. So remember, it does not look like
now
it.
you put it into their heads.
Not. That's terrible.
It is terrible. That is terrible.
We got to talk to that graphic artist.
All right, so I'm gonna add, what we're gonna do, we're gonna add a section on the architectural side, and we're gonna add one on the mechanical side. So to do that, we have to get our system first, then our component, then we go to the section. So let's do a roof. So I'm gonna go to B30 roofing, and I'm gonna add that. And now I'm gonna right click on my system. Same steps, we're just stepping down the tree, and I'm gonna add a component. And I'm gonna do here's all my, I only have one choice on this. I got B3010 roof coverings, so that's easy enough to add.
Paul, if I need to add 2 roof sections, do I need to add that system twice?
You don't, and you actually can't. Once you add a system, it'll be gone from your pick list. Thank you for the
Thanks.
the shoveled question. Okay, so I've added my system and component. Now you guys are gonna do that, if you haven't already. So there's your system and there's your component. Do your right click, get your system in, right click on the system, get your component in.
And these are just holding buckets. They're just places that organize your sections. Every section can only exist in one area of uniformat at a time. So sometimes there is confusion and overlap. That glass curtain wall kind of looks like a door, kind of is called a wall. You have to know where it goes. The water filtration system that's attached to your air conditioning, is it plumbing? Is it air conditioning? There is no right or wrong. There is just what the book says and what builder says. So learn uniformat around where you're assessing, and that will help streamline your data entry. And it's also important to make sure that you don't try to shoehorn things into the wrong component, because that's where you think it should be. Follow the organization of the server. Somebody had their hand up. Is there any questions? If they are, please walk up to the mic so that people can see you and hear you online.
Okay, looking for thumbs up in the house if we got our system in, got our component in. Sweet. Okay, before we add our section, just want to go over a couple things of what is required when you create a section. So there's 5 things that you have to have when you create a section. You got to have a section name, and got a screenshot over here to the right of a section name that we normally, when we teach, we try to say that we want a section name mostly to have a location, because we want that next person in 3 years to be able to find that item in the field. So think about the next person in 3 years, what would help get them there? And that's usually a location of where this item exists. If it's just like the roof, I know where the roof is. I'm not gonna wander around a building for 40 minutes looking for the roof. I know to go to the top. But on a panel board or something else that I may not just find right away, I would like to have a location. And just showing on this one, we have a chemical feed water tank, and they actually put the abbreviation of CFW1 for chemical feed water number 1. That would be the equipment ID. They put that into the section name. There's also a 2000, which is the year. So they put the year into the section name, and then they put a location. So really, for me, the only thing that's valuable to me is that mechanical room southwest. But you may have something within your scope of work or your specific requirements for your agency that requires to have the equipment ID and the year in the section name. And if that's the case, then you're going to put that in there. So, got to have a section name. It's going to default to NA, so we'll see that when we add a section name, or when we add a section. It's also going to have an equipment or material category. It's going to have a subtype. It's going to have a quantity, and that quantity is going to have the unit of measure baked in, because that's baked into that catalog that is in Builder. So you can't change that unit of measure. But I've looked at 100 million square feet of buildings looking for data quality problems. The biggest problem we see, I think the biggest one that I've ever seen, that I always see, is people don't see that unit of measure. Or they'll change the subtype, and that subtype changes the unit of measure. So you'll think it's an each, you're putting in square feet, or the opposite. So be very careful of that unit of measure when you're putting in your quantity.
That one little problem can really skew numbers. Remember that BCI is a weighted roll-up of all your sections' performance in a building. So if you have 100-ton units in a building, in your air conditioning, that's going to certainly skew your work requirements, your FCI, your BCI, all the roll-ups. So when we say it's a data quality issue that comes up, it's not without its impact. You can really look silly in front of leadership when you show a slide and it's showing $1 billion of work needs in air conditioning in a 5,000 square foot shack. So
I have seen 400 transformers in a building, because it was one transformer that was 400 kVA. They put 400 in there, and it was like $71 million for that one transformer. For the accuracy of the quantity, if it's an each, I like it to be spot on. It really needs to be spot on. You don't want to round up or round down on an each. Oh, I see 3 elevators, I'm going to round up to 5. You're not going to do that. So if it's an each, I want that to be spot on. If it's linear feet, square feet, then it's okay to round up or round down depending on the situation.
I will say always round up. We're asking for money. Don't round down.
Well, yeah. I was going to say round down, because if you're doing like the exterior wall and you've got a bunch of windows and doors, I would generally round down to account for. Okay, round up, everybody. You also have to have the year installed. It always defaults to the building year, and this is probably the second most common error that I see when I'm looking at data. Assessors or users of Builder will see that field filled in, and you think you don't have to address it. You think it's not a blank. So if it's a blank, you'd actually go, oh wow, I got to put a year in. But it defaults to that building. People think that it's complete and they just move on. So you're actually looking at something that is much newer, but it's got an older date in it.
They didn't make solar panels in the 1965s?
Right. Exactly. And that is why we put that building today at 1961, because we want to make sure it was an older building that we could have different years attached to it. The reason that year is so important, because it starts that life cycle curve. Everything goes back to that life cycle curve. So if we've got that year wrong, then that life cycle curve is wrong. So always got to make sure that we get that date as accurate as possible. Okay, you can also add section details to your section, and we'll do one of those here in a little bit. There's, I think, 17 different fields of section details. Most agencies will use just a handful of them, and that includes like the ID number, the make, model, serial number. Those are kind of the common ones that are gathered. But you can include the capacity, the date manufactured, the location, there's warranty information, and there's a whole bunch of other things. These are not used in the Builder algorithms. They're just for information only, and really just to identify, to make sure you have that exact piece of equipment. So if you're out in the field and you're not sure which panel board, you can look at the equipment ID and make sure that you're looking at the right one. All right, so we're gonna add a roofing section. So let me go. And just like before, let me see if I've got, yeah, okay. Just like before, we're gonna do I'm gonna add it, and then you're gonna add it. All right, so I go to my component, my roof coverings component. I'm gonna right click and add section.
that I think looks like a underwater submarine mine from World War I. Like, I don't know, just that. If I was a submarine captain, that would be.
I am unauthorized. Did you do that from there? There we go. Ugh,
Log in.
I was not supposed to time out.
Remember, it's random.
Paul TL, send word back to the office right now.
No, we're not.
No, I want him to know.
No.
I want him to know.
So, one thing not talked about that I will add an anecdote for is in your sections, there is a couple of different places to keep an ID. Depending upon your integration with a CMMS, I think there's a, alt section ID that's a fantastic way to say this boiler is in Maximo as boil underscore 01 underscore floor 3 underscore 1985 underscore 10, and save that in your alt facility ID, and that will allow you to keep those two systems in sync. Using section names are a little bit dicier because it's used for so many different things. So database linkages, my first recommendation is using the section alt section ID. If you need to be capturing more than one piece of equipment in a section that is tied to your Maximo or other asset suite type CMMS, you can do so in your section details under the equipment ID. So think about what you use those kind of fields for and make sure that they're in sync, just like real property to asset. You want to have your maintenance system to builder linkage really enforced and controlled.
Regina, you changed my site name. So that was the San Antonio site.
It can be anytime.
But you'll notice that we now see everybody's building that's been added. So that's pretty awesome.
Why don't you change it back to San Antonio?
I will.
Just because the rest of our instructions are saying San Antonio.
And hit save.
I will say that this does hearken to some of the challenges with end-of-year metrics, especially when you're working with a live system and people are modifying inventory, modifying inspections. You run a report one day and it says you need $1 billion. You run a report 2 days later and it says you need 5. Trying to actually look into the system to see who made a change to what that made everything 5 times as expensive can be challenging. So when you do those end of year type processes, you might send out a flag to all your users, hands off for a while. Let me work off of a stable data set for this, big meeting or end of year metrics. Yeah. 1 second, we got to.
Interrupt the flow of the conference. First off, Paul, it's great to meet you. You're kind of the Harrison Ford of Builder. I've been watching your I've been watching your trading videos since I've had hair, so it's just an honor to be in the same room.
Wow. Wow.
But what I really wanted to ask, there's a legitimate question here, and this Regina thing brought it up, which is there any tool or report where you can see latest changes in case what you're talking about, you go in, you see something's changed in the building you're working on, and you're like, what else has Regina touched that I need to go back? And if you're in the room, I'm sorry. But what else? Is there a report that will show dates of when, a history of what's been touched? And we can do that later. I know that's outside of the realm of this. Thank you.
To answer your question, yes, there are reports. They are not the most user-friendly, and I will say that the report exists for servers that we host. For non-Digon hosted servers, you may have to ask, and if Searle wants it, then they can always ask us and we'll send them the file. This audit report is one of the custom reports that we designed that does touch a database table that goes into user by user, activity by activity, between this date range and that date range, who's been in the server doing stuff. It was interesting, we had, for one of our clients, they had a team of, I think, 4 data sustainers that they were to be logging in and talking to FMs and working through making corrections to their builder data, and then we ran an audit report and they hadn't logged in for 3 months. So this information is in the database table, it's just not easy to get at. So within San Antonio, you say from this date to this date, am I just looking for inspection information? Then I can go down to inspection. If I'm just looking for facilities, who's changed my cost records? All of these different types of activities are monitored, and then you can even be specific to see which user are you interested in finding out what they did. If you want to see what I'm up to, and then you send a view report. So it's not super user-friendly, but the information is available, and if Searle wants you to be able to get to it, just send us a note.
You've done nothing.
I'm the boss, that's what I should be doing.
Is that DIGOM report still only at the org level, or can you do it at a building level or a lower level? The audit
So
one?
it's an org report that when you see what site you're looking at, you can select only one site. So it allows you to kind of refine it to that. And then once you generate the report, you can always filter it to the building.
Okay, but you have to export the entirety of at the site level. Is
Yes.
the lowest you can go?
Yeah, and if you want that to change, you know who to tell. I happen to know the programmer of the reports. So Paul TL is doing dual duty as our audiovisual technician slash custom report designer extraordinaire.
Now, I do want to remind everybody, when you come down and ask a question, a compliment like that goes a long way. So feel free to start off that way.
Sorry, Paul, I also think your hair's
Okay, thank you, all right.
Can I be Brad Pitt then?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, back to adding a section. So now I'm drilling back down. We're in San Antonio now, and I'm going to go to my building. I've already got it expanded to my system, my component, and I'm going to right-click and add a section. Maybe I've timed out again. Yay, there we go. All right, so on this one, you see that it defaulted to the NA, but this is a specific roof because I'm only going to do the roof from that south addition that we added. So I'm going to call this South Addition, and a lot of agencies require section names to be in all caps. So I'm going to go South Addition. And again, that's a pretty good section name because now I know I'm not looking at the roof from the original building. I'm looking just at the addition. And the reason that we would call this out is because, and not just combine it with the other roof, is because it has a different starting time. So it has a different life cycle curve. So that's why it has to be a separate section. All right, I'm going to pick steep slope roof. And then I'm going to pick asphalt shingles. This is our addition, so I know it's 5,300 square feet. Now the year, because it was the addition, and we put that into our building comment, was 1999. Status is going to stay at active, and I hit add. You know what? I don't have a save option on this one, so I don't have to hit save again. So now I have a building. All right, so let's go back so you guys can see here. So here's the stuff that I added. If you haven't already, right-click on your component and add your roofing section. We're not, no dection details.
Yes, yeah. That too.
I
No
think
section
I
details.
think I typed that at about 11:50 last night, so sorry guys. So there's no dection details on this one. The reason why, because it's a roof, you wouldn't really have a make, model, serial, and that kind of thing on a roof. So there's no dection details that we're going to add to the roof. All right, in the house, are we caught up? All right. So that was a section on the architectural side. Let's do one on the mechanical side. And same routine, I'm going to do one. And then you're going to do one. So now we have to add a new system because I'm going to do a water heater. We can't add a water heater to the roofing system. So we're going to add a new system. I'm going to right click on my system. We're going to go to D20. And you notice that B30 is gone because we've already picked that for the roofing. So I go to D20, I hit add. I now have a second system. I'm going to go into my system and add a component, and I want to do D2020, domestic water distribution. I know it's there because of the catalog. I may have the catalog somewhere else on a different file, so I can look up where water heaters are, and I can go, oh, they're in the D2020 component. So I'm grabbing that one, I hit add, and now you see that I've got my roofing system, and I've got a plumbing system, and now I have a domestic water distribution component inside of my D20 system. All right, let's go back. Here's what you're going to add. You probably already have done most of this work, but this is the system, the component you're going to add. How are we doing in the house? Are we good? All right. So now here's the actual section that I'm going to add. I'll come back to that so you guys can see that, but I want to get it in here first. Same routine, right click, add section. And on this one, I'm going to put this in mech room 127 for no apparent reason. I don't want to put it in pipes and fittings because it's a water heater. So I'm going to go to D2020-03, domestic water equipment.
And you might not have noticed, but the quantity changed from linear feet to each with that drop down. So if you are initially looking at the screen, your mind is going to start to think, all right, how am I going to capture this plumbing thing in linear feet? And then you change the drop downs, you have to make sure to go back to that quantity and make sure you're capturing the correct unit of measure.
And then on the subtype, I've got a long scroll because there's a lot of things under domestic water equipment. And I'm going to scroll all the way down to water heaters, and I'm going to pick commercial electric 300 gallon, only because I did that before with the screenshots. So water heater, commercial electric 300 gallon, boom, don't worry, this will come up on your screen here in a second, you'll be able to see it. I've got one of them. It defaults to the building year, but I don't want that because I don't have a 1961 water heater anymore in this building. But it was replaced in 2010, so I changed the date. Stays active, and I hit add.
Wait, just there is a natural resistance as you're collecting data to guess, especially engineers and architects. They want to know things, and they would rather not put something in than guess at times. So if you're looking at a water heater and you're like, well, shoot, I don't see the nameplate, I don't know exactly, I can't look up the make, model, serial number to see when this was manufactured. I'm just gonna leave it as a 61 because I don't really know exactly what year it is. Please don't do that. There is an estimated flag for a reason, so if you're having to guess at the year, tell the system, make a reasonable guess, and then put that date in. If you allow it to default to a 61, no matter what type of an assessment we give it, builder will say, there's no way I believe you, that is a failing piece of equipment, please replace it now. So, I understand the resistance to putting in something wrong that you can't verify, but this is where an educated guess is completely valid and useful.
Just don't overuse it because it does change the way Builder does some of its calculations. So be careful on use that. Only use it if you really don't know. All right, I'm gonna hit add. And boom, I've got my water heater section. So let's go back, and here's the info for you guys to enter, in case you weren't doing that while I was going through it.
As soon as you add a section, this is when the icons start to change color. You're gonna notice kind of a green, amber, red theme to the colors. We're gonna get into what those mean a little bit later after a break. But your building really does not have a condition until it has a section. So just know that if you're looking at something that's gray or not the color you expect, make sure that you actually have sections, and then every night Builder will do a math operation that's called a roll-up and check to see how does Builder predict your condition to be today. Remember, this is a life cycle system. It's a database that is actively changing. So just because somebody did an assessment 5 years ago and they marked that roof as in good shape, every day it gets a little bit estimated to be worse because things happen. We are degrading.
We are.
Except for you.
Oh, yeah. Now you say that. All right, are we thumbs up in the house? All right, we've caught up to there. Kurt, I'm wondering, with time, I was gonna go to dection details. Should we skip that?
Go for it.
Okay, all right, so.
We're fine.
Go for it, putting them in?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna add some dection details. All right, so these are the details I'm gonna add, so we're gonna go off of that and they'll come back and so you guys can see that. But I'm gonna do one first and then you guys are gonna add it. So, we're gonna do that to our water heater, so we make sure that that is clicked on and highlighted. Up here on this tab, we have section details. Oh, we got a hand up from online.
The online question is this where we could add a photo of the asset?
Absolutely. At the inventory level, you could put an inventory or a section comment. You could put an inventory or section photo as well.
And just like buildings, this is permanent. This is, what do I have? Is there any details that are not necessarily good in the catalog that I need to have? This is an inventory related comment or photo. This should not be where you put condition related issues. We're gonna talk about that again after break.
Yeah, good point. So a good use of that inventory photo would just be, here's where it is and here's what it is. This is what it's made out of and this is just where it is in the building. If you're gonna do anything related to the condition, then it would be an inspection photo. All right, so section details, and I've got a 0 because I don't have any section details in there. So I'm gonna click on that. I click on add new record. And I've got my fields now that are editable. So we're just gonna do a couple of them here. I'm gonna have an ID of WH1 for water heater 1, because I'm assuming that's like tagged on the piece of equipment. On our, let's see, let me scroll to, there we go, manufacturer. It is a ream. The model is an EHS 300. The exciting serial number, A102DR54.
One caution, you can put, as Paul is scrolling around, a lot of information into section details. Harkening back to what is Builder used for, as that kind of financial plan, that budgeting. If you already have this information stored in a CMMS, if you already have this information somewhere else that your technicians use and is actually providing value, I don't think that it's necessarily a requirement, unless someone tells you to, that's in charge, to put it in. Builder can do all of its analytics to generate that FCI without any section details. It doesn't care that it's a train that, has, any sort of history. So put it in Builder if it adds value to your organization, but just because there's a field that you can, doesn't mean that you should necessarily spend that money unless it's actually being used. This is the one concern I have for certain programs. It's just like, wow, you put in all this section details in, you're spending, millions of dollars to gather that information. What are you doing with it? And sometimes you get those like stares like, well, I kind of wanted to know it. Well, I understand, but why? How are you going to use it? And make sure that you have the right people able to query this later if it makes sense to them.
Okay, and now a twist on the save button is when you complete all of your fields, you have to hit this checkbox. Now you can hit save.
Hey, Paul, if I had multiple water heaters, could I add multiple section details in that same section?
Why, Kurt, you could.
Wow.
So yeah, if you actually had a group of items and you wanted to put the section details in, you would just keep adding add new record, and these would just stack up in a row. Thanks for that question, Kurt. Okay, now you see that my section details now has a 1 because I've got 1 row of section details, and I'm going to hit save just in case. All right, now you guys are going to do that. If you haven't already, here's the info you're going to put into your section details.
Part of the reason that we have you click in is little things like a checkbox, the pluses, seeing it live, and then going back to your desk a week later, it will not stay in your brain. There is a muscle memory that after completing Builder training, if you're not in the system in 2 to 3 weeks, expect about 80% of it to just leak right out of the ear. So if this is part of your job, make a habit to log in. It'll keep your login active, and actually just find a reason to run a report, do something. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself throwing up your hands with a frustration of like, man, I can't even navigate this thing anymore. I don't know how to add an inspection. If you forget to hit that tab, it's really something you need to keep in your top of your mind by using it every once in a while.
All right, in the house, thumbs up, we're caught up. Awesome. All right, so now we've added a section, we've got our section details. Quick note about sectioning, and that's how you put in your sections. How you do your inventory can often be more time-consuming than doing the inspections. You should be as accurate as possible, certainly, but you really have to be consistent. So if you've got 10 light fixtures in building 1, and you put them in as one section with a quantity of 10, and then you go to building 2 and there's 50 light fixtures, but you put in 50 sections with a quantity of 1, that's going to be bad. Your accuracy is right, you got the number correct, but you're not consistent on your sectioning. So that's what sectioning is how you're going to group them, what you're going to name them, how you put them in Builder.
And lean on how you do work. Typically, you're not going to replace one light fixture in a room like this. Like if it's end of life, if it's a life cycle project, it's gone through sustainment and planning and programming, you're gonna just change them all out because they're likely all on that failure cycle. So if you are wondering, well, I have VAVs, I could put them one by one, or I could group them by floor, or group it by building. Think about your organization. Be consistent, but think about how do you do work? If you change out of VAVs, will you do everything on a floor? Sure. All right. Well, then that's a logical way of sectioning it.
And that's why it can take a while, because you have these mini mysteries of, especially for this building that we just added, we've got an original building and an addition. Well, you may have to figure out where that addition starts and stops. When was the floor tile installed? You got to figure out that date that we talked about. You might have 2 different levels on your roof. Even though it's just really one roof, you might have 2 separate levels. Is that going to be 2 separate sections, or is that going to be grouped as, is it just going to be considered one roof? And that's where you might think of it as your project. If you're gonna replace the one level of the roof, would you do the other while you're up there? You might, and if that case, you might wanna group them together. If you would do them separately, then you might keep them at separate sections, because if you replace one, then you're gonna have a new timeline, a new life cycle curve on that newer roof.
Paul, that seems like a lot of things that people are going to have to figure out in the field. Could there be a document that maybe leadership created to tell people what they should be doing, not necessarily letting them figure it out on the field and think on the fly?
Kurt, I have a slide on that later.
Okay.
But yeah, so those, those decisions should all be made in your documentation. There should be a user guide from your agency. If you don't have one, let's get you one. But all that stuff should be documented of how you do your sectioning, what the naming convention is, and all that stuff, so that you're not guessing on that. It's hard enough in the field sometimes just trying to figure out these years and how you're going to section it with documentation. So if you don't have the documentation, it's even worse. All right, so making all those determinations, that's what's called sectioning. Here's where I was going to get to that.
Now,
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, so you'll often have to think of what's in scope and what's out of scope. Are you going to include things that you don't replace or maintain? There's a couple agencies out there that won't put foundations or superstructure into Builder because they're never going to touch them. So why put them in? Others say, well, we have to have them. They're a big asset. They're very valuable. They're very expensive. And maybe I want to know which building has, how many of my buildings have a foundation that's older than 100 years. So that would be a reason to include that in there. But these are the decisions that have to be made so you know what is in scope and what you're putting into Builder to do that sectioning. How low will you go? Do you want to put every fire extinguisher in Builder? You could. You might want to. But if you put it into Builder, then every 3, 4, 5 years, you're going to have to inspect it. And if you change one out, then you got to make sure you change it out in Builder. So you have to do that sustainment, the data sustainment, if it's going to be in Builder. If it's in there, you're going to track it for its lifetime or possibly your lifetime. So you need to make those decisions on what are you going to actually include.
think about is the juice worth the squeeze? Is it something that this is going to be a valuable enough thing to be monitoring for its life cycle to make sure it doesn't fail without anybody having a warning in the air, and you're going to want to be able to program, funds for that repair and replacement. A single pull chain light in a janitor's closet may not be something that you need to track the life cycle of and maintain, but if it's a roof on a building that nobody goes up there unless there's something wrong, that's a perfect thing. That's an expensive section. It needs to be maintained. It needs to be absolutely monitored for cost, because if it just starts leaking and then you go to ask for money after the fact, you're basically going to steal from other programs to be able to take care of that roof. So make sure that what you gather you can sustain, you have the budget and time to be able to update as it changes, and if you see it on a work plan, you're like, yes, I want to know when that's at an end of life. It's worth it for me, just from an inventory gathering perspective.
All right, I'll go through this really quick. We're coming up on a break. It is possible to oversection, and here's an example of a real-life example where we have in our plumbing system toilets, urinals, labs, shower tubs, but then we have a dish rinse sink, we have a pot sink, we have a hand wash sink, and we have a vegetable sink. Now, you might want to keep these all separate because you care about this level of granularity. Or you might just say, I've got 4 sinks, I have one quantity of a general sink, or I have one section of a general sink with a quantity of 4. So you could, just be careful on that sectioning, but that will also be outlined in that guidance in that document if you have that. Perfect time for a break.
Yes.
So let's take a break. Let's go 10 minutes. And we'll come back and we'll do some assessments.
Whoop whoop.
Come back in 10. 2 minutes to play.
If people want to start heading back to their seats, we're going to be getting started here in another minute. A lot of why we do these events are just to get people in the same room, so we are not against socializing. So if you want to have that sidebar conversation, that's what the other room is for, because that's half the value, really, is building that network, finding people you can call, ask questions to, and resources. Before the break, it was all about inventory, that first step in the 5-step process. So we got only 9 more to go between the morning and afternoon. The reason we spent a little extra time on it is because without solid inventory, no matter what you do next, builder will fail. You cannot inspect well malformed inventory. You cannot generate a reasonable work plan without consistent understanding about what you're gathering and how it's organized. So it took a lot of the time, and rightly so.
All right. Let's go to assessments. Oh, do you want to talk about functionality first?
Most of what you're used to seeing are condition assessments and direct ratings, and we're certainly going to get there. But I also want to start with discussing how to do an asset, like a facility level assessment. Sometimes the money that is spent is because things are misconfigured. Sometimes you're changing your mission. Sometimes you need to modernize, use more efficient energy. So to say that we're trying to set some budget planning tools in your wheelhouse without talking about functionality or compliance at all is kind of missing it. So you can in Builder do a functional assessment. It's meant to be performed at the building level, not the section level. And this is to say, how well am I able to perform my mission for that facility? Am I at risk of a floodplain? Do I have ADA issues? Is it ugly? I might have a hard time recruiting new people out of college if my building looks like it's a dungeon. So all of these things are functional elements of your facilities that can be gathered and monitored in Builder. And part of the reason I want to talk about functional assessments is because those are also done in ESMS, and it's much easier in ESMS. The functionality assessments can generate a performance score, so if you combine your condition with your functionality, you get kind of that one score to rule them all, the one ring, your performance score. This is really meant to say, how well am I able to do my mission, and how reliable am I at being able to perform that mission? Unlike your condition that degrades over time, your facilities don't change in functionality unless you say so. So if you're in a floodplain, that is kind of a static state. There is a risk, there's a functionality issue, you are less resilient because of that floodplain, but it doesn't change over time. Unless you consider climate. If it's an ugly building, it doesn't magically just change its aesthetic. So your functionality assessment is a step function that only changes when you tell Builder, my building is now functionally different. But when you combine it with condition, it's really kind of fun to see a single score for master planning that says, functionality-wise and condition-wise, how well is this facility suited for this mission need? And with that, I will kind of recap what are assessments at the section level actually doing. When we gather inventory, you already saw the Builder started to put in estimated conditions. It started to color things green, amber, and red. Just by saying, what do I have? Builder already knows when it should fail, according to the book. According to the manufacturer's design life, Builder will already know when you should start to plan money. And that is super valuable by in itself. But for those situations where your observed condition is different than what Builder predicts, this is when we need to add an inspection. Hey, that generator that was, installed, it's been exquisitely maintained, so we really need to improve its condition and kick out how many reliable years we have left. Or, shoot, somebody took that forklift and rammed it into our roll-up door and damaged it. So we really should, at an inspection, say that we have an issue and that door should demand money sooner rather than later. You're just sliding out or in your expected life. That's what inspections do.
And the one thing I want to show on this one is that you see that the inspection point is really not that far from where Builder thought it would be. Builder thinks it's going to, on its curve, going to follow that track. This inspection point is only a few points off of where Builder thought it would be, but that resulted in a loss of 3 years. So suddenly where you thought you might be budgeting to replace this item in year 2030, you're doing it 3 years early. So it can have a huge impact on when things get repaired and replaced. That's why that inspection point is really critical to get that good. And it's a good point of reality, because it's the reality of the condition as it is, instead of where Builder thinks it will be. All right, so let's get into some direct ratings. This isn't assessor training, so I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time on that. But the most common method of putting in a condition rating into Builder is a direct rating, because it is the most direct way to get to a condition index. So you have a color band of green, ambers, and reds. Generally, you would pick that color first, and then you're going to pick the severity within that color band. It's going to be a plus, a mid, or a minus, depending on how bad it is.
The mind is really good at rapid decisions, not complex decisions. So if you ask yourself, is it green, amber, or red? That's a quick answer. And then within that green, amber, red, is it plus, mid, minus? That's a quick answer. So break it up in your mind into those smaller components, and you'll find yourself able to add that assessment more rapidly.
And it's not a range, it's just those 9 picks. And that kind of drove me crazy when I was first learning Builder, because I would look at something and I'd say, well, it's not really a mid-amber at 71, it's not really, I didn't want to commit to an amber plus at 79, it's really kind of a 75. Can't do that, you got to pick one. So it's just these 9 choices. And what you pick is what you get. The one exception is if the item is really old, if it's well past its design life, Builder's going to take that rating and kick it down a little bit, because it's way past its design life and may not even be the correct year. So Builder will make that adjustment. Otherwise, what you pick is what you get, and then Builder will start degrading on that curve, that new curve, based on where you put it, the very next day.
So visually, how it breaks down is as your life cycle degrades, your condition goes down, and you can see those clusters of direct ratings around scores. We actually put this on key cards just to help people follow around and remember what does it mean to be, amber minus. Many struggle with getting those ambers dialed in, but you can also see that happens in the shortest amount of time. Between a mid-amber and an amber minus is a very rapid time, so it is a nuanced decision to say, which one is it? And as you get down at the end of the curve and right at the beginning, there's a long time between green plus and mid-green. So be cautious on adding inspections too early, because you can really skew that curve for the future.
And note that, remember, the end of the design life is at a condition index of 40. Red plus is a 50. So you can be at the end of your design life, or you can be in a red and still have years left on your design life. And that's kind of counterintuitive, because you think everything red is just going to be a failure. Not necessarily so.
And that's really hard for people, that especially if you've been doing assessments for a bunch of years, you're like, I know what red means, you don't have to train me about red. Well, this is a different one. Red plus means I'm approaching end of life, and I should plan on a replacement here soon. After that, then you are in various degrees of barely functioning or not at all.
Okay, let's talk about the definitions for green, amber, and red. Every agency can set their own definition. There is no real standard. They're all basically the same of it's good, it's fair, it's poor, but the specific language can change depending on your organization. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but you can see, if you can read that each one of them steps down from Green Plus being that out-of-the-box brand new, and it starts stepping down with preventative maintenance, then corrective maintenance, and on down the line. So those are the greens. We go to the ambers, we step down further, we're at minor degradation and corrective maintenance. Then mid-ambers, corrective repair. And remind us now we're at significant degradation, and you can see that each one of those ties into one of those condition index numbers.
It is challenging on a larger team to make sure that everybody's thinking about things the same way. So for recommendation, especially if you have a new person on the assessment team, get them used to talking out loud and say, all right, so what do you see? Well, I see some cracks over there, I see some displacement over there, I see some rust over there. All right, so would you call that major, moderate, or minor? Okay, well, you think that needs a corrective repair, or, you know, like, so talk out loud, make sure that everybody's on the same team, because the worst thing in the world in this environment is when one assessor marks it green, another assessor marks it red, and you look at them and they're the exact same thing, the exact same year, and you're like, why? I can almost always justify either answer, but I can't justify both. So make sure that the team assessments are done really consistently and calibrate against each other. Just talk out loud, say this is what I see, this is an amber minus, why? Well, because it's a significant degradation. It's not just a minor fix.
And these definitions help get that consistency, as Kurt was talking about, so that if I'm looking at something here in Texas and I'm giving it a rating, and Kurt is looking at something in, where do you want to be?
Hawaii.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
that we're going to get the same rating. If it's the same condition, we're trying to get the same rating, get that consistency around the team. And then the reds, we're getting into significant degradation and major repair, major rehab and partial replacement for mid-reds, and then complete full replacement into the red minuses.
That mid-red is, most often when I talk to people, it's barely able to perform. You've heard and seen air conditionings where they're just kind of rattling in the cage. You know, they're like, well, it's working, it's blowing cold air. Do I have confidence that it will do so next week? No. All right, that's your mid-red. And it's that barely functioning. At red minus, that's when it's broken. It's not adding value, it's not performing its necessary function.
You can also look at it as a risk of failure measure. So if there's a low risk of failure, you're likely to be in the greens. And if it's a medium risk of failure, in the ambers, and if it's a high risk of failure, you're in the reds. That's another way of looking at it. But bottom line, if all you can remember out of this is it's good, fair, or poor, that's okay. If you get stuck, it really comes down to that. It's a good, fair, or poor, and usually you'll walk up to something and it's really obvious that it's a green. Or you'll walk up to it and it's really obvious it's a red. And then anything that's in between is going to be an amber.
And really, from a quality assurance and data perspective, if it's one scale away from what I would guess, or he would, like, we're in the estimation. It's a visual assessment. We're not doing destructive testing or load testing oftentimes. So it's saying this is what I observed. This is what the maintenance people have told me. So you're being an honest representation, and it's also visual. So there are limits to what you can do. But if you are consistent and you document and you take photos and you have your processes built around, it's defendable. And really, from a budget perspective, that's why Builder has the momentum that it has, and it continues in this SMS platform to get new agencies on board and new clients, is because it is the only repeatable, defendable way to ask for money that you can say, if it's Navy or Air Force, they kind of use the same tools, they have the same procedures, they've got a document, they know what they're doing, they train people, and therefore trust us, if you give us the money, we're going to spend it wisely.
Are there exceptions? Of course there are. If allowed by your organization, you can consider the cost to fix an item in your rating. An example of that is a water cooler, and this actually happened to me out in the field while I was monitoring an assessment team. Water cooler didn't work. And everyone said, well, that's obviously going to be in the reds. And I'm like, well, the only reason it doesn't work is because the handle's missing. And for $100, put on a new handle and it works. So it didn't necessarily need to be in that replacement bucket. It could just have been a repair. So something that didn't work isn't always going to be a red. It doesn't have to always be in the red. We also like to consider age only because that does contribute to that risk factor. So something can be really old and in really great shape.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
But there's a higher risk of failure. So we always like to teach to consider age into that. Because like Kurt was saying earlier, we're working with a lot of these World War II era buildings, and there's a lot of stuff that is still just going on real strong. But there is a higher risk of failure because it is so old. We also like to consider outside factors, and that would be any kind of information you get from maybe the escort or your POC or whoever it might be, any kind of information. It may not be raining while you're on site, but if someone tells you the roof leaks, I would listen to them, because you're not going to see the leak, but you know that they know. We worked on one project where they warned us that their maintenance was so bad that whatever we looked at mechanically to rate it down, because what we see on the outside is going to be the best that we see. What's going to be inside is going to be even worse. So we took that information, we rated everything down that we saw.
That is a frequent question. People ask, is the default builder design life based upon perfect maintenance, or do I ignore it after I set it up? And, it's a national average. So it's that in between. Sometimes people maintain well and you can get longer than life. And if you never change the oil, it'll be shorter than that. So it's the average.
So there are some limits to a direct rating. They are very general because all you're doing is giving it a color. So there is no record of what actually is wrong. And that leads to, here's an example of a actual work plan out of Builder. And in this case, this is just a screenshot of many items that came out of this particular one. And you can see there's a variety of repair and replacement activities for these different items. Look at the first one, it's a replace. That's just kind of cut and dry, it just gets replaced. But repair, this first one that's a repair, got a water closet, got a toilet that needs to be repaired. So if I gave you a work plan and I said, go repair this toilet, what might you ask me? Come on. What's broke? Exactly. So there's no indication of what's wrong because we didn't tell it what's wrong. All we did was just give it a color. We said there's a problem somewhere. So to counteract that, a lot of agencies use distress words from a distress survey into the inspection comments. And this is a list of common ones, pretty standard distresses. These are not actually used in Builder algorithms, they're just into the inspection comments. So you can actually add your own if you want. An agency can add any type of distresses that they want. But it is a good idea to put these distresses into the inspection comment and tell us what's wrong. Where is that damage? Where is it broken? Where is it rotten?
And I would say in the amber range, you add the most value with good photos and good comments. Because that's really when you're making your decision of should I replace it or should I fix it, and what is that fix gonna require? If it's a red minus, if it's a total loss of a retaining wall and all you're seeing is a pile of dirt, I don't really need a long description about what that pile of dirt has on it and where it's growing. No, I know that I need a brand new wall. So really the value from those comments and the values from the photos, I really put on the amber. Leadership always likes red photos because if there's something bad, they want to see it. It's just kind of a human nature.
And prove it.
Yeah, yeah. Prove that I need a new loading dock. Okay, here's a picture of a rust bucket. In the green section, you typically don't take photos and comments because it's not needing attention yet. So your assessment photos and comments are about condition. Your inventory photos and comments are about what do I have and where it is. So very different utilization for a different purpose.
You could also do what is called an age-based rating, and that is letting builder provide the condition index based on how old that item is. So builder knows on any given day, or thinks it knows on any given day where it is on that curve. That would be the CI. And if you don't add an inspection, builder kind of does an age-based inspection every day. So every day it just tracks along that curve. Where they're often used are things that you can't see. Foundation, superstructure, branch wiring, things like that. Those are pretty good uses of an age-based rating because you can't see it. Very common uses.
I also like to have age-based ratings on things that are new-ish. If it's in good shape, if you're looking at switchgear, you can't see anything wrong, man, trying to say that I visually can do an assessment and plot where that switchgear is that's 10 years old but showing no signs of wear, no maintenance team to tell me that they're having problems. If I don't add value from my assessment score, if I'm not going to be better than the books, then my initial statement is, then why are you picking a color? Builder already has a design life for that water heater. Well, is it behaving especially good or especially bad? No, I have no evidence of that. All right, then let the model do its work, leave an inventory comment, walk away, if you're allowed. I know that there are a lot of assessor guides that are saying always pick a direct rating. I just have my own philosophical position that you're introducing noise without introducing value, occasionally.
And that goes right into the last bullet of what about things you can't see inside? So you've got the boiler, the chiller, the circuit pump. You're rating the outside cover, really. So we're big proponents of using age-based because we don't know what's going on inside. But there are scopes of work that require you, if you can see it, you're going to put a direct rating on it.
You ready to start doing it yourself?
All right, so now we're going to do an assessment. Let's see, I think I'd go
Chances are
first,
you're
right?
logged out.
I shouldn't be. All right, so just like before, I'm going to add a condition rating and an inspection comment, and then you guys are going to do it. Let's see, let's see, I think I'll go straight to it now. All right, so if I'm not timed out.
Good.
Oh, we have a sound effect.
Thank you, Paul Thiel.
That was money well spent.
There. Paid extra.
Okay. So now, before we added our inventory, we were in this inventory tab. Now we're going to do a condition assessment. We hit the condition tab.
Right below the condition tab is the functionality tab. So that briefly mentioned facility level functionality assessment is that third tab below. But we're not going to be doing functional assessments today.
So once I click the condition tab, it resets the tree, so I got to come back down. And I'm going to come in here and find my building. And now here's where it changes a little bit. We've got by system or by sample location. You're going to hit by system, and then the tree's going to start looking familiar. We've got our roofing system and the plumbing system. So I'm just going to do just kind of a generic, quick one, and then we're going to go through some steps for you guys to do a rating. So bear with me here.
This is a little confusing when you first land on the page. You see that there's an inspection from January 1st of 1999. You say, well, I don't remember going out there in the 90s. I didn't have my flannel on. I wasn't rocking Nirvana.
New Year's Day.
Nirvana, yeah. Yeah. In the database, builder has a point in time that it knew it was in good shape. What was that date? The day of installation, right. So in its mind, it plotted that curve January 1st of 99 because that's when it was installed. And that is here showing as kind of the default inspection of this is when we started things. And now we're gonna add what we observe.
All right, so I'm gonna hit a new. It's gonna default to today's date and my name. And again, we're just gonna do a quickie generic one here, not based on reality. We're gonna come back and you guys are gonna do a little more of a real assessment. I'm gonna hit mid-amber. And because it's mid-amber, most scopes of work require anything in the ambers and reds to have a photo and a comment. And guess if you're on the borderline of a green minus and an amber plus, and if I have to do an amber, and if ambers and reds require a photo and a comment, guess which rating most assessors pick? Green minus. So green minus, we see green minus everywhere. Everybody picks a green minus if you're not sure. No one wants to commit to that amber plus, and no one wants to go and put a photo and a comment in. But don't do that. All right, to do a comment, similar to how we did the building comment, we have a comment here at the top, and I'm just gonna type in distress and hit OK. And now my comment has a green check. And if I was gonna put a photo in, I could put a photo in, but that takes a little longer. We'll skip that process. And guess what? Gotta hit save. So I hit save. I now have an inspection. If I click back out and come back in, I now have today's date on my inspection. All right, so now, for a little dose of reality, you guys are gonna do this. So if you haven't already, click into your condition tab, drill down to your building. You're gonna see that by system folder, and then you're gonna hit new. And that should take you to this one. We're gonna add a condition rating. Here's your roof. So this is our 5,300 square foot asphalt shingled roof.
Everybody ready to tie off and jump on that roof surface?
Right.
We'll take a closer look at it.
Yeah, exactly. We've got our definitions in the upper left. I don't know, hopefully you guys can see that. And we've got our distresses. You can see by this picture that of this 5,300 square foot roof, this was the addition. Remember, this is the south addition of our larger building, so it's just this addition. And you can see that everything else on the roof is in decent shape. It's really this one bad spot. So we've got our definitions. Quiz time, everybody. We're gonna pick a rating, and then you guys are gonna put that in there.
All right, so show of hands, who's in the greens? Is this? Green
You learned well. You learned well.
Hand that man a clipboard, let's put him in the field. Is that a safety vest? All right, so going to the extremes, we're not getting a whole lot of embracing of the green. So if it's not in the preventative maintenance zone, the low risk, do we have a show of hands to say it's in the red zone? Yep.
Got a few.
And for comparison, how about in the amber zone? Anyone? So actually it's a fairly balance between amber and red.
Probably a few more on the ambers.
Now, some of this can be dependent upon what is the impact of said distress. Like, do you see that there's actual water intrusion? Paul, do you know if this roof is leaking due to this situation? I do see some lifting in a breeze. That would be problematic.
Yeah, up here and here, I would think we'd have we'll say that it leaks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a leaky roof. Anybody want to change their score? Do we think more towards the red or more towards the amber?
And really where I'm looking at it is here on the moderate repair versus major repair. And with that, I'm gonna start evaluating how big is this area compared to the entire roof. If everything else is okay, maybe I don't have to replace this roof. Maybe this can be patched. So I'm looking at that part of that definition. Does anybody want to be bold and throw out a specific rating?
I'm gonna go red plus.
Kurt's on a red plus.
Maybe even mid-red, considering it's leaking. Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't just happen. Okay, so I'm hearing red plus, and how many think of a red plus? How about a mid-red?
All right.
Ooh, should I be going the other way? Amber minus? Ooh, got a lot of people in amber minuses. And I could understand that because, like I was saying, I'm looking at that moderate repair versus major repair, and need to make that determination of that particular spot.
But in the risk of failing, in my side, I would say the risk of failing is high. It is in the red category. The severity of the repair, I'm not an architect or a roof contractor. This is why you need specialists in the field. So if you see the variety of opinions, we're probably not all roof experts. And really, for doing an architectural assessment, you should have people that are well-versed at understanding what is the action plan that is following up on this. And do we see, this problem? It's a pretty steep roof. Maybe the water is not a big problem right now. Maybe it is. So having that expertise is critical. The other piece I would say is communicate with your team members. If your architectural person is on the outside and he just drew up a drone and took a picture of that roof, he might say, hey, are you seeing warping in the walls? Are you seeing signs of moisture intrusion in the ceiling panels? So communicate with your team members. This is not really an assessor training again, but I wanted to, from a concept perspective, know why we pay for people that are well-versed in the systems that they're assessing. If you're looking at electrical, just being able to identify what it is you look at is challenging, let alone actually being able to pick a direct rating color. And then understanding what is the most appropriate condition based upon their visual observation.
So you've got your condition in your head. Let's go in and add that condition rating into Builder. So make sure you're in, let's see if I've got a slide for that. Yeah, there we go. So make sure you are in your condition tab. Drill down to our roof section that we added earlier. Hit that new button. Give it your color rating. And then click into the comment and add your distress. We've got missing pieces on that. We've got damage. There's deterioration. And then hit save. We have a question. Can you come down to the mic? Yeah. And I've been told by Paul TL to eat the microphone, please, so that people online can hear it. So
we'll sanitize between days at least.
Yeah. So based on that picture, Paul, when would you consider breaking that into 2 sections? And at what size would you consider doing that?
Yeah, okay. It's going to depend on my scope of work because there are different agencies that have different rules for that. So within the Army Guide, I believe it's if it's more than 25% of the total that you have changed, then you do a separate section. Because that's probably a repair and that was a smaller spot within that overall roof, I would just keep that as one roof because it was just a repair. Even though that whole area would be replaced out. Right. But there are different rules for different agencies.
Okay.
But think about what the action plan is, right? And genuinely, like if it's something that, you're on the Pentagon and you're looking at a roof and you see an issue, you're probably not going to do an entire roof for one issue. So creating a section dedicated to your action plan like this, one quadrant needs to be repaired due to, this situation, that's a good separation to make.
But lack of any guidance, I would say if it's less than half, I'm going to keep it at one section. If it's more than half, then I'd probably break it out. Oh, my favorite question. Ask her.
So Harrison, I do want to ask, that is 2 sections because we're also looking, what we're seeing in that picture is the the deck as well, the roof deck. I'm just sharing that for people when they see the severity of that. Understand, we're talking about the 3-tab shingles right now, what we're assessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was one of the reasons why I was probably leaning to the red, because it isn't just changing out some shingles. It's a little bit more than a smaller repair. That's a bigger repair. All right, does everybody give me a thumbs up on everybody have your rating in? Got an inspection comment? You've hit save? Sweet.
Let's skip the water heater assessment
Skip
just to
it?
keep the flow going.
Okay. All right, we're gonna not do the water heater next. Even though I had a perfect picture of this water heater.
It is a perfect picture,
Isn't
Paul.
it great? Oh, and we're over to you.
So what we've been doing is everybody's logged into Builder. This is the live website environment, but I don't know if you've been in the basement of many of these buildings. Trying to carry around a laptop and keep an open Wi-Fi connection might not be the most convenient, especially if you're climbing up and down ladders. So Builder comes with a DoD-provided offline data capture tool called BREAD, the Builder Remote Entry Database. It is a basic Microsoft Access kind of skin that runs on a Windows device. So the flow of data is you would go into the live Builder web environment, check out those buildings that you want to do work on in the field. So you connect to the internet and to Builder, pull down your BREAD files, it locks the live web environment. You pass those files to whoever is running around in the field, so you can email the same BREAD file to 15 different people. As long as everybody stays in their own system, you can upload as many copies of that BREAD file as you like. If you have somebody adding the same toilet in 2 different BREAD files, know that the second one will fail. Builder is not going to guess as to who is right. If you see the same data element touched in both files, the second one will fail, and it'll fail completely. It's not going to upload anything from that secondary upload. So make sure everybody plays in their own sandbox and plays along. Once you have your field data captured, we always recommend bringing it back to a central person that is in charge of quality control. Once you upload this spread file into Builder, it is immediate and there is no undo. So there's no staging area where you get to kind of preview what you're uploading. Your staging area is the tablet that's rocking the BREAD file or the Windows laptop that's pulling the BREAD file. My personal view, I like using BREAD for things like doing takeoff data entry. If you have a drawing in front of you and a mechanical list, it is much faster than the live internet. You don't have to click and wait for the spin. I call it the pinwheel of death. Our server is pretty responsive and it's in a small environment. We don't have a Army server with billions of square feet and people logged in all over the globe, running reports, doing scenarios. So know that the live environment can have a pause. And also, in a BREAD environment, you don't have to repeatedly hit save. As soon as you type enter and move on, it just assumes that you're saving in between. So, desktop data entry I like. We have built a mobile application for data entry. Other people have, I know, as well. So, it's not the only solution, but it is what is provided by the government. We're not going to get into BREAD training, but I wanted to at least touch on the concept of how it works. This is freely available to download. So you can go to the support site for the ERDIC team and pull in the most recent version. And as long as you have a Windows laptop or tablet, a Surface device, you can open BREAD, import the file that you downloaded from the website, and then you do not need a live internet connection to continue to add components, add inspections, and then once you've quality controlled it, push it back live. That is the assessment section, part 2 of the 5-step process for SMS. So you know what you have, and you know where it is in its life cycle. The next step is the forecast. We have the fewest amount of slides for forecasting because it's just kind of the thing that Builder does every night. It generates a new estimated condition index. But it's also what I consider is the kind of killer app feature within Builder. You might get into a meeting where somebody says, hey, you know, Maximo can do all the things a Builder can do, or Tririga's got a cool thing where they can do all the things. Why do you need this tool set? And these are very powerful systems, and I'm not kept up to date on every second, but I have yet to find another solution that has the ability to model day by day what the degradation is of my individual components. So we're in the Paul's awesome building. Where is that?
Oh. There it is.
So your condition here is a single point in time because we just added it and we've done one assessment. So this is not very exciting right now, but this repeated estimated condition at the section level that rolls up to your system and building. This is the feature that is not emulated by any other system that I'm aware of. So we have on this curve something that was installed in 1999. We have our past. We did an assessment. Here, we put it in the amber category. And we have a modeled future that generates a predicted remaining service life of 13 years based upon your assessment. This modeling is what the PhDs were able to get their doctorates on. They call it the Weibull analysis. One of the benefits of this being a government-developed software is that it always runs super fast. No, just kidding. One of the benefits of this being a government-developed software is that everything is available to you to understand what is happening behind the scenes. There is no proprietary lockdown algorithm that says, how is this working? If you want to go and find all the research papers that actually define what that curve is and how it inflects and what the alpha and the beta is and the theta, it's all there. And so there is no hidden magic secret, button. This curve of every one of your sections ends up changing how your building behaves. If you are not seeing the types of prediction that you're expecting based upon your inventory, it might be because you've added a bunch of things since yesterday and you need to do a roll-up. This forecast button happens every night about 3 a.m. There is a roll-up process that happens, and if you are looking at your data and it just doesn't smell right, kick off a manual roll-up and make sure that it's refreshed its data.
My awesome building had a CI of 29. It may not be so awesome.
Well, awesome depends upon your need. Any questions on the analysis piece? Again, it was the least slides, but I wanted to show you that this is the feature set. This is what differentiates Builder from everything else. And this is why it can be used for modeling that risk-informed decision plan. Step 4, now we're on a roll, is planning. So, when we are asking for money, when we're asking to say which sections in my facility need attention, it has to go through multiple layers of filtration to say what is triggering work. In general, and we're going to show this in Builder, when you hit that generate work items to say, show me all of my individual sections that are below my standards or needing money, it takes every section, remember it's a little angle pipe, and says, what do I know about that section? I know it's a roof, I know it's in building A, I know what its condition is, I know what its remaining service life is, I know a lot of things about that section. Once I know things about it, I filter it through my policies to see what standard does that roof need to comply with. Every section has one standard that it must either meet or fail, but it applies to only one standard. And then once you go through that process of work generation, if it says I'm okay, you carry on, nothing more to see here. If it says, well, I failed my standards, it generates a work plan. Your work plan has two different types of work. It is a replacement or a global repair, kind of that full overhaul recap process. And your standards always have a standard that says, at what point should I repair this, and at what point I should replace this. Now, once we have a list of work items, is there any benefit to prioritization? I say yes. I've only been training one time where I asked people why we might want to prioritize things. And I'm like, well, because limited funds, right? We can't do everything we want. And I was at one location where they said, well, pretty much every project that we submit gets approved. Any guesses as to where it was? No? Good guess. I have not been training in the White House. Launchstool Medical Center. So where our soldiers go when, deployed, oftentimes for the major surgeries, they have the world-class medical services, and once I heard that they get their projects approved, I was like, that sounds about right. For the rest of us that have to deal with limited budgets, an unordered list of sections that are failing can be a good start. It gets you a dollar amount, but what if there's something that should be bubbled to the top? You can look at the Building Mission Dependency Index. How critical is that facility? You can look at, is this a more important system? Maybe the Building Condition Index has dropped into a danger zone. I know that there are certain groups that cannot have poor performing buildings. That you cannot provide education in a building with an FCI below a certain level because they think that that's unsafe for kids, and they say, no, no, no. So you can say, I'm going to prioritize work in these kind of at-risk facilities. You can even prioritize work that's inexpensive. You can say, well, get me all my cheap stuff done first, and then I can work on the big rocks. Whatever your organization wants to provide for prioritization, you get a score, and then the last step is if you decide to say, this is how I'm going to fund things, it will go from the top of the priority list to as much as it can fit, and then that's your new unfunded work for FCI calculation. Funding at this level is excruciatingly challenging. A lot of people would love to be able to say, what can I get done if I have $10 million or something like that. Builder is section by section. So it does not create bundled projects automatically like a human would. So just because you're on the roof and you need to do a roof project and you also have a package unit up there, it's not gonna do those at the same time because it makes sense. It's just gonna say, well, the roof had priority this year and the package unit had priority next year, so we're gonna destroy the roof twice just for fun. So it's available, but just understand the limits of that funding. And that work generation of running all of my sections through my standards and policies, see what fails those, put it in a work plan, prioritize it, see what I can afford, can be repeated for year after year after year. The scenario engine is what generates those kind of up to 10-year plan that says, show me all of my work, now making certain assumptions about what kind of money I have. What about the next year? What about the next year? What about the next year? This is a lot of math. When I was providing training early on, it would be like, kick it off, go out to lunch, and hopefully it succeeded. Sometimes it failed, sometimes it works, but the scenario engine has gotten much faster, but it's still a lot of number crunching to be able to model what will the condition of my sections be after 4 years. So it may not fail my standards this year, but after another 4 years of degradation, it's gonna pop into my work plan in year 4. Most people run unconstrained scenarios. It's a way to say, assume that I have all the money in the world, what should I spend money on over the next time period? And so you'll always have an FCI of 100, because you have no deferred work. It's always funded or executed. But the output of that is, what is the cost? What is the cost for year one to immediately meet all of my standards? Year two, after we've had a year of degradation, what now do I need to do for the things that have kind of aged into failing? And then do that for a series, a number of years. SRM funding and sustainment is kind of a different thing by agency, but know that this can be used for POM type operations where you're trying to look ahead for a 4 or 5 year plan. If you choose to constrain your funding, you can say, builder, if I have $100 million, what could I afford and what will fall below that threshold of work and then get rolled into the next year? Everything inflates in cost and everything degrades year over year. How scenarios were originally made conceptually is to say, these are simulations, these are just scenarios that you can conceptualize to say, if I have $100 million, what is my result? And what if you cut my budget to $70 million? How many more things are going to be in red or at risk of failure with that budget choice? If I fix things earlier, if I get 110, can I actually lower my spend in 10 years? Because I've addressed things that I could repair without having to wait for them to be replaced. This is your true return on investment analysis where you can say to leadership, pay me now or pay me much more later. And that is something that is hard to communicate to people that are not facilities individuals, to say, I can repair that elevator, or once it fails, we're gonna have to shut down mission, then we're gonna have emergencies, and we're gonna have to replace the whole dang thing, and it's gonna cost 5 times as much. And that's a decision that has a real impact on your ability to do your jobs. When setting up standards and policies, some people like to say, I want to constrain the standards to only what I can afford. And I say, you guys are facilities experts, set standards to what meets the mission needs. And then if you can't afford everything, that's okay. Everybody has a reality that you have to work with, but at least to leadership you've said, in a perfect world, this is where I would maintain things to make sure we have a high reliability and perform our mission. And then here are the things that we're gonna defer, but we're still gonna hit our highest priority stuff first. We're still gonna be good stewards of the investment. Just know we can't do everything we'd like to. And that's a very rational and reasonable discussion to have. All right. Are we logged back in? Thank you, Voltaire.
Wow. He was ready for, he knew that was coming.
There is a very small amount of people that are going to need to modify standards and policies. So this is not that training. We only have 20 more minutes to go through. So for the overwhelming majority of people, what I want you to know is every section has to comply with the standard. It's valuable to know when you're inspecting something, will this generate a repair? Will this generate a replacement? Do I want that? At the inventory level, when you select your section, you can see this is set to this standard. Because it's a roof, I'm looking for my architecture standard, which means that I'm going to replace it if I have less than 1 year's of remaining service life. This roof currently has 13 years of remaining service life. Would you expect it to be on a work plan if I generate a work plan this year? No. That's it. And then if we had this repair that said 75, I can't type in here, but if this was 75 and you show my estimated condition at 71, yeah, it's likely to ask for repair dollars. That's it. You can ignore the coating condition index, the CCI, and you can ignore the remaining paint life. It's kind of an incomplete feature of builders, the coating condition index. But CI Your condition index is the only metric that informs repairs. Your remaining service life is the metric that informs replacements. Where that's set is in your standards, through the training for 2026. I get to say now 75 and hit save. Remember I mentioned that a change in your standards determines what dates you get. A change in your standards here determines what work you get. Be careful not to do this lightly. I can manipulate data way up and way down just by setting very restrictive or very loose standards. If I set this remaining service life to negative 99 years, what that tells the system is that I never, ever want to do work on that. So you can actually gather foundations, put it in Builder, and if you set it to a negative 99 years of remaining service life, it says, I see it, I'm going to use it for my BCI, but it's not going to generate a work item that I hand to my facility manager, and then he laughs at me because I just told him to replace the foundation on an office building. So.
And that's why not everyone has the permissions to make those changes.
This is the master planner zone. Question?
Yeah, how is Builder estimating repair dollars based on the condition score you choose?
Good question. There is a long, complicated formula. Remember that a repair is a global repair, so it brings it up to a condition index of 95. The way that it estimates the cost of that is it says, well, if my roof is at a 71, how many points do I need to go up to get to a 95? And then I'm going to use that as a model to say, use that percentage times its replacement cost with some factors and fuzz. So you would never want to replace something that's down at a 50 because you have to gain 45 points to get up to 95. The cost is more expensive than replacing it. And honestly, you could see that in real life. If you tried to repair a historical building's roof back to that status, but it's in really rough shape, it's going to cost you more than if you could just scrape it off and put a brand new roof on it. So if you go from a 90 to a 95, that's only 5 points. It's going to be a very small percentage of that replacement cost. So it's a parametric based upon its condition. The worse the condition is, the higher the replacement or the repair cost is. So we showed the standards. Your policies are where you tell Builder what sections should apply to, actually I'm moving down here. I set a very simple policy that said, look at the system. And if the system is roofing, use my architecture system standard. If it's plumbing, use the equipment standard. Pretty straightforward. You can also use, building use category. Maybe you want to have your laboratories maintain a higher condition expectation than your warehouses. You can do all of that in Builder where you can say, not everything is the same. Your barracks don't need to be maintained to the same level as officers' quarters, right? So why not tell the system that and actually have it generate the right work for the right type of buildings for the right priorities? I mentioned that this is a 3-day training in general. Work configuration is a day to itself, and usually by the half day, eyes are more glazed than the donuts that they had that morning. So
It doesn't even take me half a day to get to that point.
yeah. Paul's worked for me how many years? 11 years?
12.
12 years? Still doesn't like to do work configuration. Once you have your different policies, you can also kind of put them in order through your policy sequence. And where that is set is to say, these are the rules by which I'm going to determine what is good enough and is not. What is asking for money and what is not is all based upon your policy sequence. Going back down that list to putting it in priority order, once I have a list, you can do a lot of fun things to say, I want to prioritize, well, any roof with 1 year remaining service life, I want to replace, I want to get that on the project plan. But if it's a data center, I want to do it first. So you might say, I want to look at my mitigation risk, add a measure, and look at MDI. And then I'm going to look at the component sections. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to look at the facility. Mission dependency index. So now I'm saying my lower condition things generate more risk. My more important systems, if I have a failing section in one of my, fire suppression, that might want to go to the top of the list. My buildings with a higher MDI, I want to get done, and maybe even work with a larger return on investment. If I can get that repair early in its life and prevent that replacement, I want to get those things done first too. This is a lot of math, but it's kind of fun to just sit down and talk to organizations and say, how do you want to prioritize your limited resources? If I have a mission dependency index of 0 to 4, maybe I want 0 priority points. And as I go up, maybe I want to add a little bit more. So you have to step by one at a time to adjust it. Don't forget to hit save, close. All right. So, in San Antonio, while we've been working, we have a lot of red buildings here and a couple ambers. To look at what is asking for funds, you go into your work plan. Navigate to the site that we're working with. I did this last night just to make sure everything was working, but you can generate work items, and that's saying for my current year, it advances the clock until the end of the fiscal year and says what is going to fail my standards. You can also change it to the next year. Be aware this is not a 2-year plan. This is not 1 year and then next year. It is 1 year or the next year. So if I go with my current fiscal year, proceed, it is doing that scrub to say, what do I have for my sections? What is its condition? What is its remaining service life? What standard does it need to hit? Is it a piece of equipment or is it an architecture item? Oh, we had somebody pick some utilities. That's fun. And then so what do I have, do I need to work on, and then why? Did it fail because of remaining service life, or did it fail because of condition? Let me try to go down to just my building. Not Kurt, oh, still like that.
And you guys, you can do this with your own building too. So if you want to follow along and generate work items, you can do it at your building.
So in this work plan, I have a projected condition index at the end of this year of a 16. That is obviously below 40, so I have 0 years of remaining service life. So it's saying we should asked for a replacement activity for a cost of $39,000. It was installed in 2000, it degraded. This lower line is your 40. So at that 2020, it was 0 years of remaining service life. It's way down here at a 15. So now we have a decision. We should probably replace it because it's so bad. We could repair it up to a 95. But all of that is just to say, here is how Builder thinks and how it generates a cost estimate. There was a earlier asked, how does this $74,000 come up with on a $26,000 item? It's because it's having to go so far up that condition curve. I do not recommend using Builder as your maintenance management system to then go out and get projects, upload a document, assign it to a vendor. This is a more granular ask solution. It is not going to bundle things. If you do a bathroom remodel, it's not going to say, well, while you're doing the walls, you should also change out the fixtures. It just doesn't think that way. It only thinks about what failed my standards, what's on that list. So use it as an opportunity to look into things and create projects. Now that we've generated a short-term work plan, the last step in the planning is to generate a scenario. And again, you guys all have the ability to create a scenario and play in your environment. I'm kind of going quickly because lunch is calling. And honestly, most people are not going to be here unless you are kind of a program lead. But I want to show you what's happening, even if you don't necessarily need to do it yourself. These scenarios are simulations, and you're saying, what are the rules that I'm going to use to run this simulation? I'm going to take all the buildings in that site and add it to my selected scope. I'm going to run this simulation for 10 years.
If you had other complexes, they would show up on that list.
I'm going to still use our Summit policy sequence and prioritization scheme. So if you were playing around and you're like, well, what if I did my exterior envelope stuff earlier and I want to play around with a different set of policies, you can run a simulation using those different policies. Funding, we're going to stay with unconstrained. You don't have to worry about the last two tabs. And once you create the scenario, it just exists as a set of rules that it can then, if you want, select and then hit run. Because we have some people that probably pick some utilities or other fun things in the catalog, this scenario will likely fail, but this is where you can do those 10-year pieces. It does not give you the ability to do that last step, but this generates a plan. The last step is analyze. So, step 5 of our 5-step process is running reports. Having all the information in a database is great, but what do I do with it now? I think in Excel, I'm that generation, so my natural instinct is anytime a site is saying, here's a bunch of data, I'm like, well, give it to me in a sheet. And that's where we've been involved with designing custom reports for over 10 years now. And in Builder, return back to your inventory side. What you select here is what's going to be in the report here. And this is a big piece. It's like, well, I'm looking at Hannah's office. I don't see the scenario report. Well, Hannah's office didn't run the scenario. That was run at a higher level of the organization. So for the data that you want to look at, first select, and actually I'm going to go to Paul's awesome building.
Highly recommend.
It sounds awesome. And this drop down are what reports are available at that tier. Our QA review custom report is our closest thing to kind of a give me all the data. Because we go, every section gets its own row. So we look at the building that it's in, all the inventory details, any comments, was the year estimated, how much? Did we do a direct rating? If so, what was the condition? So he rated it a 72. Based upon the life cycle, we estimated it to be a 70, or he rated it a 71. The builder life cycle estimated 72. So that's a 1-point difference, it's pretty close. For a roof with a design life of 40 years, it's 27 years old, therefore it has 13 years remaining service life. At a unit cost of $3 per foot, per square foot, that means we have a total replacement cost, if it needs to be replaced, of $24,000.
That's a high quality assessment right there, Kurt.
High quality assessment. I expect nothing less from you. Getting to know those reports, and round of applause. Getting to know those reports is really your power feature of being able to extract the information to the right audience. You might be the builder person. There might be somebody that's involved in energy efficiency that's like, hey, can you run a report of how many urinals we have in the entire campus? You're like, yes, I can. I can do that. It's all there. I have it quantified. I have it years. I have even what room it's in by the section name. What about changing out all the lights? What's the average year of my air conditioning unit on this entire cluster of facilities? That's all there. Don't underestimate the power of bringing on allies to your builder world by giving them data that they've never had before. You have the age of every roof in the entire campus, and its replacement cost, and its material type. This is really helpful to somebody that's in the roof master planning element, and they might be paying somebody else to do another inspection, and you could save them that money. So we have a site report that is a PDF view that has a lot of introduction text about what is builder, how does it think, lots of embedded photos. If you upload a photo of the building and your inspections, it brings that into the report. This is builder for the non-builder audience. Give me something to print out that I can put on my desk and help think about my facilities, what their needs are. Sometimes on those reports, you're going to be able to pick parameters like, do I want photos? Do I really want a 500 megabyte PDF that I'm trying to email to somebody that's 1,000 pages? Like, some of these massive bases are straining for the report server to generate. That last thing that we did of running a scenario, that simulation data just stays in the database. The way that you need to go in and start using it is to pull it into Excel. So go in the reports, scenario summary, find which day that you ran it, select your scenario from the drop-down list. You can include details or not, and then view that report. It puts it into Excel, and it gives you a year-by-year breakdown of what is my condition of the building, what is the need and ask, what is the condition, what is the need and the ask. And it can be a very large sheet, but super helpful for planning. If you take that into a project planning roundtable, and they say, I'm being told that this building's always hot. Well, you can say, well, look, yeah, I see it. All 3 of your air conditioning units are 30 plus years old. to show up on the work plan, and they're probably going to be about 80 grand to replace all 3. Okay, well, let's put that on a project plan. You can even look at the last inspection while you're there. These reports are varied by installation. The Air Force reports are going to be different than the Army reports, different than Department of Energy reports. So I didn't want to spend too much time digging into each one, because you might say, I'm really excited about that, show me on my server, and it's not available. So every server should have a guide of what reports are available to your environment. The Army guide has every report, every data element, why it's there, a description of the report, what questions are we going to answer, at what tiers can I run this report? There was a question earlier, can I run this report at the building level? No, it's a site report. And then what are the parameters? Do you say, show me the details, show me a trend chart, and then a sample of what the end result looks like? This is that last step of the 5 steps. Take the data and use it. This is the way to build momentum into your program, is to make sure that the people that can get value from the information are there. It's not just a compliance checkbox. If somebody told me to do it, use it. So, with that, is there a piece that you would like to spend more time on or ask a question of? It's a lot of information to try to get through in a morning. This same 5-step process will be the agenda for the afternoon, but all done in ESMS, which hopefully works. Should be exciting. We are coming back at 1 o'clock to kick that off. I know that we're right up against the moment, so you might not be asking a question because everybody else is excited to go to lunch. Come on up and we can show you different pieces and fill in gaps. Thank you, everybody.
Come back at 1.
Come back at
1
1.
Central.
All right. 5-minute warning, and we're going to start the second session on ESMS training. 5 minutes, everybody.
Okay. That's great. We got some room. Might mess up. Paul Teal's gonna freak about the cameras.
Mic is not on.
I don't want any more of my throat clearing to be broadcast. Although I feel like I can hear myself. Yeah, it's cool.
It's a good time to be a person in a sports coat.
It's my hands that are cold.
You have a browser open?
I do.
Open up a new tab.
Oop.
Click. Alt tab. And go to summit.com/resources.
Summit.com. Resources?
SMS Summit.com.
Oh, there's links.
Oh, that's where I should put the links.
And
then
there's
scroll down.
resources.
So our builder training is there. ESMS.
Oh, nice. Are you going to bring that up? Is that why you want it on the screen?
That is what I wanted on the screen. Wired, nice. OG.
OG. I don't want to have to worry about batteries. Very carefully planned that way.
mine just so happened to have it since 1985.
Oh, yeah. It still hasn't broke. I'm not gonna put my Spency mouse into that bag and get kicked around. Look, you're up.
All right, everybody, if we can start to head back to seats. I want to respect everybody's time this afternoon so that we can get to training and get back out to the dinner on time. All right, I'll just keep talking. Thank you, Kelly. This morning was all about Builder. In the tale of two processes, we did the kind of where have we been, what is the current dominant platform, and how does it work from that 5-step SMS process. In the afternoon, we are taking it to what's coming next, what's the ESMS interface going to look like. I want to set some expectations. Unfortunately, we do not have our ability to host yet. We are working with the Technology Transfer Office at ERDIC Searle, and we've been told that within the next 2 months we'll get our product licensing agreement, so we'll be able to host, run our own trainings, run our own hack at the server, and do all those things. But in the meantime, I have a username and password into a Searle hosted environment. I did also get an announcement of a server update this morning, actually about a half an hour ago. So things are changing all the time. The goal of this meeting is to kind of go through those same steps, see how they compare and contrast, and then help get you ready for what's next.
Considering how little time we've had to be in it, can you lower the expectations a little further?
And we're learning it ourselves. We have, as Digon, we've had 15 years of going through Builder, and we've had a few months of going through ESMS. And we haven't actually had a full client engagement of import, use, because it's just not ready yet. That 5-step process of inventory, assess, forecast, plan, and analyze still holds true. This is not a builder process. This is not a paver process. This is just sustainment management system processes. And that's what we're going to be touching on today. As hinted on early, in the world of ESMS, this enterprise sustainment tool set is built to support all the domains. Where Builder and Roofer were independent applications with independent supports, release cycles, and the like, now we have a single platform that is meant to handle all federal infrastructure real property. I think that that's not to be taken lightly. It's a huge lift, and it's a very aggressive goal. The benefit of no longer having stovepipes is that you can run a plan and get your utilities information right alongside your buildings information, right alongside your waterfront control structures. You are going to have a different assessment methodology and certainly a different catalog. How you inventory a building is going to be different than stormwater. So be aware that in this evolutionary process, they're going to be building out specialized component catalogs with costs, with plan design lists for every area of infrastructure real property. These domains are also grouped, so you have the largest right now, and where really the ESMS started, which is the utility group. We're going to focus mostly on the buildings domain. I think that as a conference that came out of the community of builder users, that's what most people are familiar with and needing to prepare for. But know that this is going to continue to grow: fuels, waterfront, water control, and the rest. One of the earlier trainings that I provided on Builder, they said, well, is there a Builder for boats? I mean, if really we have components, they need to be inspected, they wear out, we need to replace them, why can't I just have a shipper? So the methodology is such that if you have the right catalog of being able to inventory, assess, plan, analyze, the world is wide open. Logging into ESMS, right now, you are doing so through a cloud environment. For those that are familiar with Builder, it was built on Microsoft IIS. It was kind of a Windows Server application. It has SQL Server backend, and it was very traditional corporate IT of the 90s. This is different. This is built from a cloud-first nature, which can be complicating if you're in the Intel community and you need to have your own server. You need cloud infrastructure to run all the things as ESMS was designed. I think the Marines also self-host, Department of Energy. Anybody that's running this needs to be prepared for what is designed for an Azure government cloud solution. When we connect, right now we're going through ERDIC, and I have the ability to do two-factor authentication through my phone. Paul authenticates through his CAC. So it does support non-CAC user access, but you must be sponsored by somebody with a CAC to be able to even get an account.
And the CAC can't be a contractor CAC.
It needs to be a government CAC to be able to sponsor a non-CAC user to get into even a sandbox playground. The mobile connect is the two-factor authentication. Just wanted to show it. It does take a little bit of time to get configured and used to. It shows a QR code. You scan it, put in your password in your phone, and you're in. Once you're in, the navigation window kind of on the left, the main action window, and the top navigation still holds true. You have your user preferences in the top right, just like Builder, but it is a very different interface. There's no longer a right click to pull up menu options. Just know that it is a start from scratch type expectation setting on the interface. Paul, when you first logged in, what was the most dramatic piece that impacted you?
All of it?
From somebody that's been doing Builder training for over a decade, I will say it's exciting to learn something new and to come up to speed. I've been kind of built my career around this one tool set and being hyper niche into it, and now it's all changing. As soon as everybody's got their feet wet and they're solid and stable, now we're going to change everything. Let's have some fun. So Paul, next slide. Let's actually, well, let me go through. We're going to talk about the inventory, just like the morning. What do I have? Do an assessment of adding an observed condition and functionality. Being able to forecast your future performance of condition and remaining service life. And create a work plan. You can create short-term work plans, long-term work plans, and then view reports. Everything is able to be accomplished just in a very different manner. All right, Paul, why don't you log in?
All right, let's go. Just curious, those in the house, will this be the first time seeing ESMS live? Hands up. Okay. All right, let's go in.
I'll tap.
Oh, I didn't know if you,
Nope.
were you talking about that one, or was I talking about that one? Okay, so the, okay, let's go in first. Not that one. All right, here we are. This is the new landing page. And as we showed in the earlier graphic, here's kind of the main window where you will see frequently visited are going to be up here. That's not showing up at the moment. Recently visited are down here. This is on the main window. Over here on the sidebar, which is kind of similar to the navigation tree in Builder, we've got our inventory, assess, work, and reports. We pick our organization here, we pick our domains here. We'll be doing that here in a second. The always return to home button is over here in the upper left. We've got our help button. Help is pretty good. It's similar to Builder where you can do the search on it and it will actually comes up with some pretty good information on the help. We've got alerts and background information up here, announcements, and then we've got our settings. You can now go into dark mode. Ooh, exciting. And then pick your preferences, and a lot of that has to do with the where you have set your defaults. So you don't have to drill down and get into the pick your organization and your domain each time. You can get those set. So there's your quick walk around.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Kurt. Where do we go on that one?
No, one before. Unlike Builder that allowed you to create organizations and sites directly through the interface, they've moved that to the back end. They're kind of more DoD-centric. They really started with real property and said, this is how we are seeing the world of federal facilities, real property. They create the organizations, they create the site structure. At times they'll even import buildings. You can still create a building live in the interface, but be prepared that your alignment to real property is no longer optional. And if you want to just create a site, move things around through the interface, that is also not an option anymore. But I think that the ability to have unsustained assets within a site is a new feature that's exciting. We have clients that have had lease spaces or partner facilities that they exist in a space for, but they don't sustain the asset. They want to inventory, they want to assess, but they can't generate SRM dollars against it. You now have the ability to mark within a site something that is unsustained. No longer are we just talking about buildings as in the morning. This first hierarchy tree that we get to after sites are assets. This can be in ESMS a building, it can be a stormwater system, it can be a parking lot. Your assets are what is in your real property database that is monitored, maintained, and funded against. So, Paul, will you take us through creating a new building?
I'll be glad to, Kurt. First, I gotta get to show the orgs and the sites too. Okay, so right now I don't have any organization picked. I don't have any domain. I got to do that first. I have a choice of a couple of them here. I'm going to take the Air Force example because I have the most permissions in that one. That's really the only reason why. Now I'm going to pick my domain, and as Kurt mentioned, we're only going to do the kind of the builder equivalent, which is buildings. You can come down here and pick all these other domains if you want to run those at the same time. That's fine too. Just know that if you do that scroll and you pick and you're like, okay, now what do? You do have to come back up here to the top, hit applied selected domains. And now we're in. So now we have our organization and we have our domain. I do want to show that on the organization, and if I click on that, I do have to pick it again. So I'm going to pick Air Force example again. Now I can see metrics. So now I've got metrics for at the organization level. And kind of similar to Builder, where we have the metrics on the right side, depending on what you have clicked on the left side.
And this is where the first time you actually get to see your sustained condition index versus everything. If you have facilities that are not sustained, your metrics will be different between the two. If you're only inventorying and assessing sustained assets, those numbers will always be the same.
And if I scroll down, I can have a bunch of different actions I can do down here. Some of these are similar to what I can do over here on the left side on the sidebar. If I go up to the top, you'll see that now the roll-up, instead of just having a standard roll-up button, there's going to be a roll-up button at each level up here at the top. Let's go through each one of these tabs. So here's the general tab showing you the general metrics of that organization. We also can have funding. So this is where you would set up your funding at the organization level. I'm going to skip permissions just for a second because I'm going to come back to that. And then your reference books that you'll be using, and you can pick your different cost books and such for your organization. Going back to permissions, if this is the only thing that ever happened from Builder to ESMS, I would be so happy because we can now see what permissions people have at the different levels. I love this. This could be the end. I could close the presentation at this point right now and just say, this is great here. So we can now see all the permission levels at these different levels. Click on it, you can see actually who has permissions at the different levels.
A lot of times people wanted one user to be able to see data from one site and edit in another and with one permission, then maybe at a different org be able to do things more powerful. So you can now do that in ESMS. This is not assessor training, or admin training, but it is certainly much more flexible.
What I haven't quite figured out yet is here on these permissions, where the data curator, there's no asset access. You can create, update, delete. We come over to the researcher as a create, but now do you have to have a researcher who can also update and also delete? Or does create cover everything?
It stacks.
It does stack?
If you,
So if you can create, you can do everything. I have not experimented with that, thank you. Okay, so that's at the org level. Let's go to a site. In our Air Force example org, we have 3 sites. Note that up here we have here's where we can see a map, we can see graphs, and we can actually, this is pretty cool, we can actually pick the columns that we want to see in our view. I have found that sometimes when you select those, they go away when you click away, and you come back and you have to pick them again. Sometimes they stay, sometimes they don't. All right, so I'm going to click on the Archer Air Force Base and see the metrics at the site level now. And again, we can scroll down. We have different actions we can do here at the bottom. If we want to see... All right. Is that for the ringing
Yeah.
that I was hearing? Thank you. All right, so to see so now I'm in that Archer site to see all of the building's assets. I click on that and expand, and I see all of the different assets.
so it is not necessarily intuitive, but the down arrow will expand and the plus will try to create. So on the right area, that's where you hit it again. That will collapse it, expand it. But if you want to see assets and you hit the plus, it's going to try to create one.
Because there's so many buildings or assets, and you may need to find a specific one, you can come up here and look for and search for. Now I know in this site we have a building called the Spats Gym. I know it has a double A in its spelling, so all I have to do is put in the 2 A's, and it takes me to that building. If I click on that building, same thing, I see all the metrics for that building. And scroll down and we have additional actions to take. Okay, so we're going to add a building now.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to my sites. I'm going to go back to Archer, and I'm going to hit my plus sign. All right, name of the building. We had Paul's awesome building in the AM session. This is Paul's great building. We're going to do that in the building's domain. We're going to pick a cat code. I'm just going to pick that very first one. Put in our building number, 001. Quantity of our building from earlier today was 25,300. Now it's going to default here to square foot, but I do have the choice on my unit of measure of quite a few things at the asset level, because it doesn't necessarily have to be a building. So I have a lot of different choices. It's going to default to that square foot. I'm going to keep that. And I'm going to put in my year. We had that as 1961. And then operational status is the last required element. We're gonna make that active. And we create it,
Huzzah.
and we have a building.
Thank you. Can you go back to the slide? Yep.
That one, there we go.
So you're going to see a lot of your data align directly with Builder. Obviously, the name, category code, quantity, but there is still some new fields. Do I not know the exact construction date? Do I not know the exact rebuild date? So same basic create building data fields with a few new options that you get to use. See, there's a question in the back.
Will Builder be retired in favor of ESMS? And if so, is there a timeline for it?
So will Builder be retired? My understanding, and obviously, you know, we're just one voice, is that Builder is not necessarily going to be turned off on anybody. This is the new platform. Different agencies will migrate over time, and it's kind of up to them to set their requirements. The one thing I'll say is the pace of enhancement features in Builder has gone to a crawl. They've just put out a new release this past summer, but that's, you know, kind of a one little patch a year. I think that the biggest concern people might have is that the security enhancements will stop. And when you are tied to older technology for compliance reasons, you're just going to be aged out of being able to run that machine somewhere. So there's not a hard and fast thou shalt, you know, move over from Builder to ESMS on this date unless your leadership tells you to, but know that the development team has certainly shifted their focus. Good question. A brand new concept to ESMS, and we didn't really focus on complexes much in Builder, but you have the ability to kind of create like a housing complex. You have the ability to create a zone complex where it's like this is maybe an interior area that's more secure. You might say these are my movable buildings, temporary facilities that I want to create in a complex and plan accordingly. And that was great in Builder, but we had this problem. What if you have a housing facility in a fence line that's also a movable structure? Builder was very rigid, and any one facility could only be in one complex at a time. In ESMS, it's much more flexible, where you just can group facilities. You can say, this is my high security group, or this is my zone 3 group, and this is my, you know, child occupied group. You can do all of that, and then just as the visual, one group could be a superset, one group of assets can be a superset of another group, and you can have another detached one. So enhanced capabilities, and I think that being able to span multiple sites and maybe even connect like research. Hey, this is my seed research, you know, connected facility assets. This is all the assets that I need to maintain to be able to do this corn seed research. That's a great tool to be able to pull up a report and to get targeted to directly what you want to see. Mr. Paul.
Sir,
Could you
are
please
you gonna make me do something?
create a group and add a couple assets to it?
All right, let's create a group. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my site here in the sidebar. I'm gonna pick Archer again. And when I scroll down, I see my groups. If I expand that, we already have a couple of them in here, but let's make a new one. So I hit the plus sign. I'm gonna name this one Training. And I'm gonna change my member type to asset because we're doing this at the asset level. We're bringing in our assets into this group. Now I can go in and select an asset, but it's only gonna give me one if I do it that way. So I'm actually going to go in and create and navigate to the group. Okay, so now I'm in my group and I need to add assets. So I hit the plus here. And I know I've got some training. I don't have search available. There's my training. So there's one.
Put in the title.
Now, I click that one. I have to do one at a time. And if I expand, I now see it. So now I have to come back, get the other training. Wherever it is.
Try search.
Oh, up here, thank you. That's the same one or not? That's a different one. Okay, so there's my two buildings that are training buildings into my training group. And if I come down here to groups, I see my training group here.
And you're not going to get all your metrics right away, but that will come with the roll-up. So clustering facilities, any asset at this point, just think about as more flexible to, and you can even reach across multiple locations. This morning we talked about paver starting the SMS journey and breaking up into like runway sections. And that term was inherited through the rest of the early SMS products, where you had roof sections, and then all of a sudden a group or a boiler was called a section. And it never really felt right. Like, I would say a boiler is a component, makes more sense, or a piece of equipment. So the section name is completely gone. They have rallied around the hierarchy of assets and then directly to components. So it can support all the same thing as a section. You still have a door, you still have a roll-up door or glass curtain wall, but this component nomenclature I think makes more intuitive sense. It's a little bit easier to align to a CMMS, and you can still absolutely have multiple component details. So you're still able to support the one-to-many. If you have, 5 roll-up doors, you can still have a component with 5 individual elements as details. And just like assets, you might have guessed, we can do some component grouping. But before we get there, Paul, how do you feel about creating the same components that we did this morning?
I feel awesome about that. Yeah, and now that we've all been working in Builder for years and calling everything a section, now we have to remember to call it a component. Which is, I'm going to be saying section for another 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to add components. So we're going to put those into the building that I just created. So I'm going to go to my assets. Here's all the assets now that are in that site. And I'm going to go find Paul's great building. There it is. All right, so I click on that. I am in the building. And I want to add components. So if I click, if I expand it right here and show it, you can see I don't have any components. So now we're going to add what we did this morning. So first up is going to be Paul Roof.
You might notice there's a lot less, collapsing, decollapsing, a lot less plus minuses. And I think some of that is, really similar to how, if you ever worked in Maximo, how it feels. Like you get into an asset and then it's like, here's all this stuff in my building. And that's kind of the natural way that most people work with tools. They don't think about like what's in this system of stuff.
But just like in Builder with a section name, the component name is also very important. You'll see why, because if I just said roof and we look for roofs, there's going to be a lot of different components that are just named roof. So that's why I called this one Paul Roof, just so we can identify it. All right, we pick a type. We'll go to our type, and we can scroll forever on here, or we can come up here and say roof. And I know I want my steep slope roof. Then I go to specification. Now right away I see my asphalt shingle on here. That's the one that we added this morning. But if I didn't see that, I could also do the same thing by searching. I could scroll, but it's gonna, depending on where you are, it could scroll forever. But I already see it's right there, so I'm gonna pick that. And now you notice that when I did that, it added the classification, it filled in the uniformat. So it already took care of that once it knew I was in the steep slope roof system and took the asphalt shingles.
Paul, could you start from the specification? Could you just go directly to that and put in shingles?
You actually can, the search, if I just searched on roof on that, I would get rooftop unit, I would get everything related to a roof. So you can get that way, but it's a bigger scroll.
Unless it's a unique term. So if you know that you're in front of something that there's probably only one thing in the catalog that has the word shingle in it, then you can even start without having to drill through system and component and just say shingle. But as Paul mentioned, you might think, oh, I'm in front of a concrete wall. I'll just put it, concrete. And all of a sudden there's 57,000 different concrete options that you have to scroll through. So if you're searching based upon a regularly used term, filter it by your system and component. If it's unique, like a jockey pump, and jockey is the only thing that's going to come up from that, you can go directly to the specification. So it does save a few clicks.
All right, we got to do the operational status again. So that is active, and we got to put our quantity, and that was our 25,300. Confirm it's on our square foot. And the last thing we do is our year installed, and that was, I think we had that at 1999. And then we hit create. There it is, yay. All right, and you can see now that I'm still in my building, still in Paul's great building. Scroll down, we now can see a component.
With the condition index curve right out the gate.
All right, so that was the roof. We also did a water heater this morning because we wanted one on the architectural side and one on the mechanical side. So we're gonna do the same thing. There we go. Searching for water heater, and I don't have to know the uniformat, which is kind of nice. I can just search. I know it's a domestic water heater, and I'm going to try to find what we did before this morning. I'm just going to go 300 gal and see what we get. There we go, commercial electric 300 gallons. So there's the one we had from this morning. Take that, it fills in the uniformat. We are active, and we have a quantity 1. Oop. Scrolled out on my 1, there we go. And year installed, I think we did that at 2010 this morning. And create. Boom. So at the Paul's Great Building, you now see that we have 2 components and 2 CIs. Yo. Can you go to the mic?
Quick question. When you had the unit of measure there, if you wanted that in KW, say it was a electric one, you could change the unit of measure right there?
You could.
Why don't you do it?
Yeah. Let's see. see, at the component, I guess I can't change it when I've done in there. I may have to do that from a new one.
Yeah, it looked like it had it on when you chose the water
edit.
heater.
There we go.
Yep.
There it is.
So you are limited still by the catalog. If
Okay.
they have a catalog that includes a different unit measure that can calculate that cost and has that design life, then that's available to you.
Okay. Awesome, thank you.
Now, what about the details, Paul? Can we put in make, model, and manufacturer for that water heater like we did this morning?
We can. Let's go. Let's see. All right, we're going to scroll down. We are in the component page here. And if I scroll down to component details, no longer section details or dection details that we had this morning. Again, I can click on it and expand to see if there's anything already in there. I don't have that. And I can come in and put some of the same things that we did this morning. See if I know those. You're gonna make me remember what these are.
Plus, and create as many additional component details as you like. As he's scrolling, you might be picking up on additional capabilities like child components. So we are focusing on a kind of just the process of inventory, but know that there is additional feature sets that we're just not going to focus on today. While we're here, documents is a expanded feature. You've always been able to upload a photo, kind of an attachment to a facility asset or inventory or inspection. But now these documents are much more flexible. You can open up, add a Word document, Excel, PowerPoint files, all this. It can be a much more encompassing document management tool if you want to. And all the features of cost modifiers are still supported at the component level or above. But adding sections this morning, adding components, still very similar in structure, but the interface on how you type, what you type into first is just different versus navigating through a very rigid tree. This has a more flexible grouping feature set that allows it to support all the different types of assets. You can imagine that electrical distribution from a asset perspective, you're going to have components that it needs to be able to capture in the utilities side of the house as well. And I think in utilities, you have much more enforced child-parent relationships as well. All right, any questions before we get off of creating components? That's all right. As hinted to, you can group. So this is a brand new feature that is, if you're doing an assessment and you also are measuring for lead, why not be able to say, hey, here's a group of all the components in this facility that have lead contaminants. What about process contaminant from, maybe something that's a little bit more sensitive? We've had a desire in the past to see all the equipment required for an operating room. To say, hey, if this boiler goes down, we don't do surgery. That's a big deal. I want to treat that differently versus the boiler that supports the admin offices. So think about your organization, think about what as a group makes sense. You also don't want to just create things that need to change every other week. If it's this is the admin area and this is all the stuff that's working with this team, but they move around a lot and add offices, and then you probably don't want to group that in ESMS because the requirements to maintain that group's accuracy is very high. But something like, hey, it's likely containing asbestos because it's flooring from the 70s, that's not going to change. That's a group that's worthwhile, and somebody's going to be interested in it. Functional elements can be pulled in here as well. Paul, how do you feel about making a group of components?
I would love to, Kurt.
I knew you did. I knew you did.
Thanks for asking. Okay, we're going to go and group some components. So I come over here to the sidebar. I'm still underneath the inventory main tab here. And I hit groups. So these are all of the existing groups. You saw that there's our training one that we just made. I'm going to make a new group. And on this one, I'm just going to call it sinks, because we're going to group our sinks for some reason.
I think that's wise.
Good. Now on this one, this is going to be at the component level, not the asset. We did an asset group earlier. This one's going to be at the component level, so I make sure that that stays on at component. I do have to get my site. I'm going to be at the Archer site.
You notice that a component group is clustered within a site. An asset group can be across multiple sites.
I'm going to hit create and navigate to group. So now I'm in my group and I scroll down. And there's nothing there because we haven't put anything in our group. And we're going to add components, so we're going to add components. So this now shows me everything that's in the site, every component that's in that site. It's just a continuous scroll. But I know I want sinks, or actually I need my, I know I need to get my building first, and I want to do that in the maintenance building. I take that back. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I'm going to do my sinks, and I'm going to look for the sinks in the maintenance building. So I've got maintenance building sink, got a couple different ones. So unfortunately, I have to do those again one at a time. So I've got that sink. I got to search for sink again. And should be another one here in the maintenance building. This should be another one. I'm going to grab that. So now I have two sinks into my sink group.
Not yet. They do have a batch edit capability, so I have a feeling that for manipulating large sets of groups, you can use their batch import tool. They're using the same tool for moving builder data into ESMS, but it handles everything. And there's also a web API that you can use to assign things if you like, that's more streamlined than the UI.
And then if I come back over to groups, I now see my sinks group. So we created a training group with assets, and we created a sync group with components.
So I want to throw this out to the audience. Is there any group that you could imagine that you've been anxious to be able to build out, look at, that you think this would be worthwhile? I'm curious from your perspective. This is your data. Roof. So you've always been able to sort by uniformat, but sometimes, you know, a hatch will get thrown into the roof and other elements. So you might want to just create a group for large roof surfaces, like all your flat roofs, or, yeah. But remember that your uniformat kind of system component numerical elements still exist in the database, so you could still always run a report and say, give me all my D3010s before grouping it by roof. But I think the functional element is exciting to see. Disability. Yeah. Yeah, if you have restrooms that are not ADA compliant element, and you're like, hey, everything in this, you know, space is not compliant with the disability requirements. Okay. Want to give me back to the slides? That was inventory. You know, in what was an hour and a half this morning, we've been able to cover in 45 minutes of just getting through how ESMS allows you to get your organizations, get your sites. You can still manage your permissions accordingly, even more flexible there. Create your assets, and then create components directly in there. which brings us to step 2 of the 5-step process of assessments. You have multiple assessment forms, but it's all an assessment. It is no longer a condition assessment and a functional assessment. There's no longer really even a big differentiation between asset and component. Like, it is an assessment. And I think that this was also built on purpose to support maybe a bridge is looking for a different type of an assessment than buildings. And so you're going to have those different templates available. You have the ability to update the condition as well as the functionality score depending upon what assessment forms you're using. And we're also going to talk about how ESMS is handling field assessments, which might be interesting to the people in the room connected to the field work. To start, it all starts with assessment templates. My user credentials in ESMS does not allow me to create new assessment templates. They've not given me that power yet. But what I've seen loaded already is certainly the direct ratings. There's optional elements on direct ratings. I could see a great one, and I'm going to talk about later. If you're doing a direct rating on air conditioning, wouldn't it be interesting to find out what refrigerant was being used while you're standing there looking at the piece of equipment? And then you could say, hey, we have some non-compliant old refrigerant out there that's creating a hazard. We need to put that together in a project. Distress surveys are absolutely still built out in ESMS. So for those that are in the catalog space of adding, modifying, or deleting different section types in Builder and want to do so in ESMS, know the subcomponents matter for us to do a distress survey. At the asset level, I see a great ability to assess those like facilities for resiliency, for climate impact. What is your storm exposure? What is your weather exposure? But know that you can do both condition and functionality flexible. So the sky is the limit. Let me see. And all of this that I'm talking about is from the interface. So I want to see us add an assessment. If you do so at the asset level, right now there's not configured functionality assessments. I'm sure Cyril's working on that. That creates a functional score, but let's inspect.
Let's do a rating.
The 2 things that we added earlier.
All right, so I'm going to get to my building. Come down to the components, and let's do the water heater first.
Well, first, notice that you still have an assessment option right there at the asset level. So they have not built out this feature set with a template, but if you wanted to do a functional assessment of this facility, you don't have to go to another separate special place. It's right here to create an assessment of that facility. Obviously, what we're thinking about in the builder world is we always inspect sections. So now I'll let you continue, Paul, to inspect that component.
All right, so now I clicked on the water heater, and we're going to do, you can do the expansion to see if there's anything there. There is not, because we haven't done one. And we hit the plus sign for the assessment. Now, I don't have to give it a name, but at least for training purposes, I'm going to put in hall water heater, just so we can find it.
I like the idea of using contract numbers. If you have a certain scope or process, like this is my K's inspection, or this is my preventative teams inspections, or this is my contracted Jacobs guys that came out on contract 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of that can be put directly in your assessment name.
And the only other thing that I have to pick is that template. Like Kurt said, we don't have the permissions yet to create anything, so we're just going to pick the direct rating template and continue to an assessment. Okay, I'm in the assessment page. I can add my condition inspection photo. I can also add my comment. And I come down here to what is the direct rating. I click on that. I come down here to answer. I got to click on that. And then I go to mid-amber. And I come back up to hit save. That's still a thing. And now that assessment is complete. I need to do the one for the roof now. I'm going to go back to my get to my building. And
There's a question online, Paul?
Will inventories be transferred from Legacy Builder?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there is not a desire for you guys to lose the information that you've invested heavily for. That's why, candidly, I believe the distress surveys have been built out in ESMS is because they needed some place to move any remaining distress surveys into ESMS. So, yes, your data before you get spun up on ESMS will be migrated. And actually, that's one of the topics. So tomorrow I have a kind of how the migration process works and what you might want to do to prepare for it discussion. That's a specific meeting. Another question?
And then, speaking of adding condition photos, how is everyone doing this with strict rules from the comm community?
So anybody that wants to share about their photo restriction guidance, I know that there's issues with controlled access facilities, controlled, HIPAA restrictions. There are issues with just, we don't want those devices that can take photos in those facilities. I think most of the time that I've heard, the leadership at the location has been very clear what can and cannot happen for devices, for photos in the different locations, and they kind of set those guidelines ahead of time. I have also seen SD cards that get submitted to security. They'll take a bunch of photos, they'll hand it to the security officer will scan them all, hand them back to the assessment team, and then they can upload them later if they can remember where they're supposed to be attached to. But it's certainly a sensitivity element, and this is why, having your user account controlled, having your permissions controlled is so important that, there's certainly areas where this information is sensitive and needs to be managed accordingly.
all right, let's continue doing the assessment of our roof. I'm going to click on that, do a new assessment. We'll call this one Paul Roof. And on this one, let's show you the distress survey. And continue to assessment. Scroll down. Now here's everything that you have to look at when you're doing a distress survey, because these are all of the subcomponents. So let's take a look at a couple of these. So right off the top, there's a door. So there's a door on my roof. I don't know if this is the access point coming out of the penthouse. I wouldn't necessarily attach that to the roof. So I'm actually going to say that's NA. The downspout, I'm probably going to have my own separate component for a downspout. But for training purposes, let's go in and expand that. And where is my...
Pull it in the distress survey. I haven't trained on that in easily 8 years.
Oh, here we go. Had to scroll down here. There it is. Okay, so now I've clicked on that downspout. Now I have 3 questions for my downspout. And what is the rating for the downspout? Then I click into the answer. Okay, I love that G minus. We're going to do the green minus because everybody picks green minus. I'm going to pick that. But we also have, if you want to do the paint rating, you can do that too. You have to click on that, click on answer, give it a paint rating. Continue scrolling the last one. Here are the distresses, and you can add your distresses. Now you'd have to do that for all of those subtypes. That would take us another 20 minutes just to go through that, so I'm actually going to bail out on the distress survey.
But it's still there. If that
It's-
was your
it is
favorite
still
builder
there.
component feature set in the past.
So we'll go age-based rating on the roof.
Okay. Actually, I want to go back and just leave a comment anywhere. You'll see that there's a lot of places for attachments, even at the subcomponent level, at the building level, at the asset level. So for those that are controlling scopes and thinking about your program implementation guidance, you might want to think about when you want to have attachments, when you want a document included. There are additional fields for description separate from notes in a component. So just anywhere that you have people typing, don't let it be to chance that they fill it in. Make sure that the leadership says this is what we do and do not want in our server.
And then I'm going to hit save, and we've got our assessments.
All right. All of that was through the interface. Just like this morning, we talked about bread, there is the requirement for assessments to happen outside of the internet. Right now, I would say the assessment ability is 100 times better than it was two years ago. We kind of blasted you with 50 pages of slides last time we got in the same room to show you ESMS, but even just adding an assessment required about 13 different clicks. So know that the Searle team has been hard at work making that more streamlined, and they're not done. But what about the field? They have a new solution for offline data collection. They're leveraging a tool called the Mobile Information Collection Application that's been developed by a different group out of ERDIC. But not only is it able to work on a Surface through Windows, it's also able to be run on Android or iOS. So their first attempt at a mobile application that behaves so on an iPad, which is exciting. We tried to get an early release of said mobile application, and sadly it was not available to us. So we are collecting information based upon what we were provided through briefings and other sources. So take everything I have with a grain of salt. What I do want to talk to you guys conceptually about and spend a little time to linger about is workspaces. As a company that built our own kind of intermediary staging place for assessment information to be loaded and then thought about and analyzed and controlled before being pushed to builder, it's exciting to see Searle take on a similar approach. In the live web environment, when you create a workspace, you're saying this group of people is going to go do an assessment on these set of assets. We're going to lock it out just like bread, but when they push data back to the server, it stays in this isolated environment with this workspace for somebody to QC and approve. And then once they bless it, it's finally pushed into the live environment. So no more, oops, I uploaded the wrong bread file and just corrupted my data problems. So where builder, you would log in, find your facility within a site, check that out to a bread file, then you maybe email it out to different users. They'd have to load it up on their Windows application, use bread on that Windows environment to do your inventory and assessments, give it to another person on your team for quality assurance, and then push it live. And that would be the first time that the government would be able to see your data when it's already real. This is different. Using the ESMS tool, You plan a scope. You say, these people are doing this assessments. You delegate work directly in the web environment to assign users. A person can be an assessor or an approver. Once you have the device in your hand, say you're using the Mica tool and you have a tablet, you hit get me my available projects, available workspaces. It syncs it down to your device. You go disconnect from the internet, work, push it back to this online environment where I would assume government or third party does their QC, QA. And then once they accept it, it blends it back into the live environment and then unlocks the data. Different visual to the same thing. Think about your ESMS database. When you create that workspace, it brings out chunks of information that you can then assign to people that works in the field. They bring it back to the server for quality control, and then somebody merges it back into the live data. I have not tested some of the merge conflicts or anything else associated with this tool set, but conceptually I'm excited about the fact that we've had people spin up whole mirror environments of production, so that they can go through the exercise of quality control before pushing it to the client. Now the client will be able to see their data and bless it, and then they're responsible for it in the live database. Paul, you know what I'm going to ask you, don't you?
I do know. Let's create a workspace. All right, so it's part of the assessment process. So it's going to be under assess. We've already got that expanded. You see workspaces. There are a couple here that we played with back in the office, but let's create a new one. So we come up to our plus button. And we have a workspace name, and in this case, I'm going to call this Field Trip 1. And my description is going to be February 3 through 5, because we're on a field trip right now. I'm going to create and navigate to the workspace. And now I'm going to add my assets, because I have nothing in my workspace right now. So I'm going to put in those assets that we're going to look at Field Trip 1 this week. Oops, I don't want to create an asset. There is. One moment, please.
Yeah.
Let's get the assets.
I think the plus. No? Oh, here we go.
Scroll up. There's an edit up there.
That's what I was just in.
Oh. Well, this doesn't follow my notes.
One thing I did notice is you have the ability to add asset when you are creating it, so maybe this is the best time to do so.
There you go. And on this one, you can actually click multiples. You have the boxes where you don't have to go in one by one.
There you go. And now hit contractor trip.
This is going to be trip 2.
And you scroll down and see the assets that you added to that workspace.
I have to go this way, right?
Nope, scroll here. Oh, it's just zoomed out. But yeah, create and navigate, you'll see there.
There we go.
So I think this is one area of the tool set that's going through the most flex. Again, because we don't have the tablet, I cannot go in and assign users and actually have them sync, but the tool set allows you to right here. And you see that there is the ability to, once approved, merge it back in. So can you maybe assign you as an assessor and me as an approver?
I'm going to try.
All right.
All right, so I'm in the users tab now, and we have no users, so we're going to look for, ironically, we can add relief pitcher Aroldis Chapman, but let's see if I am in here. I am not in here. Let's add you. There you are. Kurt, you're a user.
All right. It was a long time ago, all right? The 80s were a crazy time.
Anybody else you would like to add? Let's see. Should we add Matt?
Sure.
We're gonna make Matt, Matt's not here, so we're gonna make him
If
work.
you don't show up to the conference, you get assigned work.
Okay, all right, so those are our users. We go to the approvers. Oh, that's why I couldn't find me in the users, because I'm approver.
As the creator of the workspace, you are the default approver.
So now we have in our workspace, we have our assets, we have the users that are going to be working on it, and we have the approver designated.
And then you could imagine that at this point, a contractor, PO, sends out the notice to the assessment team for myself and Walters to go on our devices, pull down the live data, go do our work, push it back, notify the CO, say, hey, our information is available for QC. As soon as they do so, they could approve the workspace and then merge it back. Once you merge that data, that workspace is deleted. It is a temporary holding spot for this staging area, but it is not for reuse. It is, once you merge it in, it's gone. The other piece that I'm excited to see where they develop is in the asset view, you can go through and see assessments in the asset, but there's really not a very sophisticated way to quality assurance it. They're like look for photos, look for comments. There's no query ability. The only thing that you can do at this point is just kind of spot check.
Yeah, and you can see on here on each of these assets, if I roll over this little symbol, it says not modified. That's because we haven't done anything to it. So that would change as the process progressed.
Not that I've seen. That's what I was saying. The quality assurance is piece I think is going to be evolving capability. Right now, it's just spot checks. The ability to look at components and just say, while it's in this workspace, if I delete it, and then I go back to the building, you see that it's pending delete. As soon as I merge that in, it will be deleted from the live data. So they're giving you an ability to see status of what has changed versus the default information that was pushed to the tablet. So spot checks of assessments, if anything was added during that workspace in the field, you'd be able to see that through hitting the drop down and seeing all the inspections.
All right.
So, any questions, comments, concerns? Mike?
Thank you, Kurt. Talking about this, so if somebody has this downloaded on a tablet
Yes.
and they're out in the field, for assessments, that makes perfect sense. Can they add inventory while they're in the field with this?
Adding components?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Fantastic. My other question, and I should have asked this before, when you were creating components, when you were adding components to a building, when you add the information for the component, can we give it a direct condition rating at that time? Or do you have to load it and then go down to the assessment tabs?
So my user experience with their mobile tool are the screenshots that I stole off of a presentation that was provided 2 weeks ago by one of the working groups. So I can't tell you what the click operation is to add a direct rating in the field, but I know that that's one of their primary user cases. So their user cases is add, modify, and delete the components, add the assessments based upon the templates available, which primarily is direct rating. So this does have a complexity nature that in bread, you knew it was a direct rating and it was a standardized format. Now, an air conditioning assessment might look like one thing, a roof assessment is going to look like something different, you know. So they have a requirement to support dynamic forms for a dynamic assessment templates. But yes, that is what, during the last briefing, they're currently fixing some bugs attached to it. So,
Thank you, sir.
absolutely. So you see that, you know, again, these are stolen screenshots. Once you authenticate and log in, it's going to be the same user credentials that you would need to log into the live web environment. You find those workspaces that have been assigned to you, and then you can work directly at the component level, add assessments, see work, add images, all the things that you're used to doing in the field. I think that we're probably good for a 10-minute break. We've gone through 1 and 2, inventory and assess in ESMS, and minus a few hiccups, got it actually done live. So let's celebrate our wins, take 10 minutes, and we'll see you guys back here. At 1:30, 15 minutes. Oh, sorry, 2:30.
2-minute warning, 2 minutes. All right, we are coming back. Last segment of the day.
Paul, are you telling me they would rather have a conversation than dig into work planning and ESMS? How could that be?
I don't know. Why would anyone not want to know about that instead of talking to people?
All right, everybody, if you can take the conversations out to the lobby or make your way to your seat. Thank you very much. We went through step 1 and step 2 before the break. We added our assets, added components, figured out how to add component details, how to do that direct rating, even played with a distress survey for a while, field and on the web. The next step, and again, this is a brief slide, but I wanted to just kind of drill it home that the forecasting capability is absolutely aligned. You still have the ability to say what, based upon my component life and assessed rating, is my estimated condition index, and what is my estimated remaining service life. Your assessments adjust both. Based upon what you observe, do you have more or less life? And now at the component side, you can actually see how that prediction happens in the future. So when you navigate into that component, you can see, well, it's here in 2026. It does not track the history at the component, but it does track the future expected condition. Paul, do you mind pulling that up for maybe the roof?
Let's do that. All right, I'm at the the asset level, I'm going to go into my building. You can actually see it at the building level too. Do you want to do
Nope.
the building first? Okay. All right, we're going to go to our components, and we've got our roof. All right, so our little breadcrumb is up here. So this is the building I'm in. Here's the component I'm in. And if I come down here, here we go.
So what it's predicting, and you see that curve, is like, what is the year that I'm going to cross over that CI of 40 threshold? They obviously can model it down to 0, but they're trying to get you to plan for when is its end of planned life. Your condition index of 40 is your kind of my end of reliability zone. So out here, we see that we're running across that at the end of 2035, based upon our last inspection of green minus here in 2026. And every component in your building will have that, prediction and all that math to generate into your building condition score. What is new, and I think it has been asked for a while, is a history of metrics. If you've ever been involved with end-of-year performance reporting, and you say, well, last year we were at an FCI of 85, our condition index was 62, and then you say, well, let's run the scores, and now your metrics have changed dramatically. You don't have the ability to track that directly through the interface. You kind of have to keep those reports on hand. Now in ESMS, both at the org, the site, and the asset, you can see how that performance behaves over time. This is a brand new installation, 2026 fiscal year, so we don't have history. But imagine a decade from now, you're going to be able to see, is my overall site building estimate trending down or trending up? And my caution, just like BCI earlier, is to recognize, unless you are actively removing old facilities from your managed assets, that overall condition index trend will drop down. It is really hard to fight age with money. LeBron James seems to be able to do it. Everybody else, we just have to deal with the fact that we don't dunk anymore. Right, Paul?
I can't dunk anymore. Don't remind me.
So Paul, why don't you pull up a performance metric history for a site and just show how
see
they
the
can
site?
see that. Yeah.
All right, coming over to, I hit sites on my sidebar. I hit the Archer Air Force Base and scroll down to performance records. Expand that, and there you go.
So the three metrics that it is tracking historically is your overall condition, your functionality score, and your FCI. So remember, your function elements are your asset level inspections typically. Is it configured right? Is it energy efficient? Is it resilient? Does it comply with the ADA guidelines? All those non-condition assessment elements. That's your function score. Your FCI is your financial condition index. So that has a ratio of work needs to PRV and your condition. Having a steady FCI or even improving FCI is great because that means you're removing that deferred maintenance. But also be aware that if you change the rules for standards, your FCI is going to change largely because of a rule change, not because of an investment.
And you can see that chart at the asset level too.
Yeah. The same three metrics. Everything rolls up from the asset level. Question from online?
Can an all-campus group of systems be made to show the average RSL or life cycle for the entire group? Think roofs or chillers.
the question I believe was, can a group show the average RSL within a group? So you have a group condition. There is not a metric online for average remaining service life, because remaining service life is more of a component thing. It would be challenging for me to say, if I'm looking at 15 buildings in a security zone and the average component life is 5 years, what I would do with that information. You really would want to know how many components are past due and needing to be replaced, and how much money do I want to spend. So because it's in a database, we'll get to that later after the plan. We'll get to show you the analyze. If there's a metric you can scheme up, there's probably a report that can bring it out if it helps your organization. And what was that, the only other part of it? It was RSL? Okay. Now the fun part. I'm sure everybody is excited to come back from lunch and let that settle in, and then start looking at, how do I set standards and policy sequences in ESMS? There's nothing that gets people ready for a nap like work planning. But as a primary capability of this SMS world is that budget justification, you need to know how to set those standards to generate the right work for the right things at the right time. Builder only had 2 different work activity types at the component level. You could replace something, and you could do a global repair, that recap to 95. In ESMS, we have 3 new work activity types. You have a local repair, you have maintain, and you have inspection. You could say maybe inspections worked before in Builder through a knowledge-based inspection tool, but those were not really used and never really fully embraced. So these 5 now work types allow you to now set those configuration rules not twice, but 5 times. This is still the same general process of Builder, where we're evaluating a component, looking at the standards that I've set for that component, and say, what do I need to do about that? What money am I asking for? This logic requires a bit of time in the tool to say, what do I have for a policy? What standards do I want to set within that policy? What should apply to that policy with the scope, and then the rules? And we're going to actually show that online. Paul, how do you feel about this process?
Like I do with the Builder one from this morning.
All right. All right, so let's go in the interface. So, yeah, we're in the work analysis.
Policy.
So I already created a summit policy for today. So if you click into that, you can see we have our 5 different work activity types. We can inspect something, maintain it, do a local repair, global repair, or replace. Similar to Builder, you can get as excruciatingly detailed as you want. I think the advice that I gum is start simple, set the guidelines that you are able to communicate to leadership. If it is more complex than you can explain in a 10-minute kind of walkthrough, then you probably should look to simplify something. If they see too many things and they have a threat of maybe you're trying to game the system or pull something over on them. For this kind of walkthrough, I created 3 in addition to the default standards. I still love mission dependency index, because if I'm thinking about how I would want to maintain an air conditioning unit, my data center rules for air conditioning maintenance is going to be very different than my warehouse. And those would likely have 2 different MDIs. Lastly, If you still have excess inactive facilities that are mothballed on your location, you might say, well, I don't want it to burn down. I can't let water in. But other than that, I don't care if it gets hot or cold. Maybe you need to have positive pressure. Maybe you don't. But I can see that as being another good set of standards to name. So your standard name is just how do you as an organization want to organize your thoughts. Your scope is to say what applies to my high MDI buildings. You know, you have to read this a little bit out of order, but you're saying if my asset MDI is greater than 70, or the asset category code equals nuclear reactor water treatment facility, we know it's or because that little drop down there, this meets the scope for my high MDI standard. Trust me, it's not as much fun, but it gets what you need to have done. We are in the asset domain. We have two rules that are or that's going to satisfy if it's in the high MDI. My low MDI rule, still in the asset domain, and I'm looking for lower than 40 asset MDI. At the excess or inactive, I'm looking for an operational status of inactive. So you get to combine and or statements in a child kind of parent relationship to say what's going to have a different standard applied to it to when I generate work. The first priority in Builder is to say, let's do the most dramatic thing and then ignore all the rest. So how the rules are applied to say is, if I need to replace it, I'm not going to bother looking for a repair, I'm not going to bother looking for a maintenance, and I'm certainly not going to inspect it again because I already know that I need to replace it. If I don't need to replace it, maybe a global repair. If I don't need a global repair, maybe a local repair. Maybe, like, you see how it starts with the highest on the left, most severe work requiring the most money, and then it goes down to see if any of the other rules apply. For my high MDI building, I'm looking for a global repair if my last inspected CI equals 61. Anybody know what the direct rating is that aligns with a 61? Stan? So, yeah, I heard amber minus. If you looked at the definition of amber minus, you saw it needs a full recap. A larger repair is necessary. Well, now I can actually set a rule that says if it's inspected as amber minus, do a global repair. That's the entire decision tree right there. I like that idea because that means the assessor gets to directly control the outcome of work. And if you age base your component and don't add an inspection, it'll never trigger a global repair because I'm only looking at the last inspected CI. This is a great way to keep foundations and wall construction out of your work plan because it's only going to apply if I have that direct rating of amber minus. And the nice thing is you're going to have a comment and a photo. Everyone's going to know what you need to do. For a replace, I had two rules. For my high MDI building, if I'm less than 2 years of remaining service life, and this is an and, so both have to be true, and I've been inspected in the last 3 years. So this looks for things that have been inspected in the last 3 years and has a remaining service life less than 2. Now that's a good candidate for replacement. A local repair also have an or clause that says if it's a amber plus or mid-amber, do a local repair based upon the last inspected CI. On my maintain, I'm looking for an or, so either one of these rules that apply, green minus or amber plus. Oh, actually, sorry, this is the forecast CI. So last inspected was green minus, or I am less than a 75. Then look for a maintenance activity. And lastly, for an inspection, I said if my component has not been inspected in the last 5 years, trigger that for an inspection. This is a process that you are going to probably start with just trying to mimic your builder capabilities, because you're going to want to run a work plan in Builder, run a work plan in ESMS, and make sure that they're fairly aligned. But don't limit yourself to that. If you have the opportunity to work with headquarters, think about what can we do with an inspection schedule? Is there something about what we know in ESMS that can help us know when to maintain things? And people have been asking for a local repair all the time. Well, now we have the ability to trigger them. If that roof hole was just a piece of flashing that was pulled up, but you said, hey, it's amber minus because this flashing needs to be fixed, or amber plus, well, now it'll trigger work, even if the CI is high after the estimate. Not everything needs to maintain those same standards. So you could have different building category codes, different systems have different standards, different age of buildings can have different standards. The options are available to you. You will always have a default set of rules to say, when I'm asking for work, what do I compare it against? What is the threshold for good enough? Everybody excited about getting into work configuration? This is another permissions controlled area, so not everybody needs to play in this, but at the end of the day, you need to know that any one component could potentially generate a single work item to either be replaced, globally repaired, locally repaired, maintained, or inspected. So for Builder, your CI was the only thing that could generate a repair, and your remaining service life is the only thing that could generate a replacement, but that's all changed now. I can set a rule that says maintain it if somebody hits green minus. I can say do a local repair if it's less than 70. I can say do a major repair at amber minus, and then I can say replace a 2 years of remaining service life. And then the maintenance piece just made the chart too busy, but there would be a tick mark every 5 years for maintain. We have not done all the analysis on price calculation for how does a major repair and a local repair and a maintenance cost estimate come through. But I wanted to validate the feature set first, and then let Searle kind of finish the code and then kind of do a compare and contrast. Microphone?
So just to be clear, you have not seen any ROI math applied to the major, minor, et cetera, repair?
Correct. The ROI can be used, but it's not forced like it was before. So in Builder, you would be able to repair up until a point where it just didn't make sense because the return on investment wasn't good enough, and then it could trigger to replacement. But this is different. The order of operations is first from the left to the right to say generate the replacement activities, the global repairs, maintenance, and then apply those rules top to bottom. So you can, in the interface, drag them and change the order as well. Just in case something is both excess and low MDI, you're going to need to know which rule matters. And it's the one closest to the top. As soon as you generate work for that component, it stops trying to do anything else. So think your top left is the first rule that's checked, and then it goes to the left and then down. The next step in the work configuration is to not just say what doesn't meet my standards, but let's put them in priority order. So, similar to Builder, you get to create a priority objective. This is kind of the organization saying, this is what I'm trying to accomplish. You get to set a weight and then add measures. For every measure, you must get to a rule so that you can score it. Now we're still in the Summit policy, and then we get to come over to the priority and create this priority rule set. Your objectives get to be whatever you want. The more you weight things, the more importance it has. Let me go back to the work plan. In the scoring, it does not need to add up to 100, but you always get to add a weight of between 0 and 100. It'll all normalize. The arrow down allows you to say, to mitigate my risk, I'm looking for things that I know are bad, and I'm going to also give priority to things that are predicted bad. How do I know they're bad? Edit the rules. Well, the component last inspection condition index is less than 50. Give it 90 points. This is the one piece of the interface that took me the longest to just click and figure out. You read the black letters, not the blue highlighted. It's a depression. That's a deactivate. So, if you wanted it to be, that's greater than. If the component inspected CI is greater than 50, give it 90. And this is, if it's exactly 50, that would be the last inspected CI is red plus. So, the blue is the down, the off button. And you can create as many of these different rule sets as you like, and it gets complicated. But in the important facilities, again, I lean on MDI. For prioritization, you can say for those facilities with a higher MDI, I want to give it higher priority points. Not only am I going to hold that data center or that control tower to a different standard for what generates work and what doesn't, I'm going to also push that work to the top of the list. Oops. You can create as many of these priority rules as you like. And then once you create it, set your weights accordingly. This is just a conversation to have with the team to say, when ESMS spits out 50,000 work items for, my location, my site. What do I want to see at the top of the list? All right. You are used to having the work plan and builder completely separated from the scenario. There is no longer a separation of feature sets. A work plan and a scenario is now represented in a work profile. This profile sets up your conditions for asking for ESMS to say, what do I need to do? You set your reference data, what cost books do I want to use, what sets of policy, what priorities, what is the scope of buildings that I want in this, or assets that I want in this profile? Do I want to limit funding or not? All those same questions are you used to in Builder at the scenario level. I have to say, I am not sad to see this combined. It always threw me off a little bit when Builder had a one-year work plan and a one-year scenario with different dollars. That's not a conversation I want to have with the client. Why are they different? The interface does stack these, and you have the ability to search. So I could imagine that while we're doing these little, kind of 1, 2, or 3, it's no big deal to just kind of pick a name. But my strong suggestion is to pick a naming convention that you're happy with. Maybe something that says the year, the purpose, anything that's searchable, that you can sort through the 50 or 100 eventual profiles you might get. So with this kind of new scenario element, I have the cost book, inflation, service life, component importance. This is what is generating the good enough list of my policy. This is putting it in priority order. And then you have your scope to say, within this organization, what sites do I want to include in this profile? You can even get down to, do I want to limit it to just a few buildings? If you fund your profile and say, I'm going to limit the money, you must go back to your inventory at the organization and set those funding constraints there. But let's just imagine the perfect world of unlimited money. And now we get to hit play. You could imagine that if we're running this for 10 years, and save it, for something like the Army, this could run for a long time. So I'm going to confirm, I still want to overwrite the results. Sure. It's going to actually talk to you through how things are going. And I'm going to change the scope to just Archer. Hit save. Now let's generate work items for, let's keep it simple. Save. Yes, I'm going to overwrite. You might start to notice that these notifications are coming up. Just like a scenario has a long-running process, if you try to create a work profile and generate work for 10 years on an organization, it's not an instantaneous thing. So your notifications are going to kind of tell you how things are going for this profile. If I go into my Summit profile, because I've generated work with some errors, but hey, nobody's perfect, you can now see, I can't scroll. All of these work items available. I have a maintain. I have a global repair. Oh, lose my, there you go. And likely replace activities. So for my 2023, last inspected date was April of 24. But it was assessed at an amber minus, so then it failed my, do I want to do a global repair? Remember that just like a scenario, this is your playground to play with things and try and then explore, is this profile what I want to copy over as work items? Maybe just hand me a different one.
Switch this.
Thank you. I got it. All right, Paul and I have moved to starting to share a microphone. This is a little bit too close. I don't know. But it's work configuration, so I know he's going to back away from it.
Exactly.
So, your profile is to say, let me look at the work results. Am I happy with this type of works? Am I generating the right work on the right components for the right time? If so, copy those items over to my work plan. If you don't like it at all, you can just delete them all. Change your configuration, try again. This does not impact your metrics at all in the primary interface. So your FCI doesn't change based upon this because you have not copied. The only time that your FCI is actually impacted is when you have a work plan that has approved work items, and that's your area for management. So I have a work activity type of a global repair of this storage building package air conditioning unit. You can edit the work item, delete it, just like you could in Builder, or mark it as complete. Where's my, here we go, status. If you set a date, you give Builder the opportunity to say, this has been repaired, it's now up at a 95. We have a new life cycle ahead of us. This is the planning feature of Builder. Really, what we've seen most leveraged is generate a work plan, go get the money, make the work plan available to some sort of a project team that can say, does this make sense? We're hearing that somebody wants to change out the windows. Well, what's our condition of our exterior windows? Okay, what are the last inspections? Does it show up on our work plan? Does it make sense? Would we be actually helping our FCI by removing some backlog? Paul, anything to add about your... You still have the ability to create ad hoc work items. You still have the ability to bundle work items into projects. I don't necessarily focus on that as much because as soon as you allow people to create ad hoc work items that just their own opinion, then it's no longer a repeatable, transparent FCI generation, right? Now it's somebody's opinion again. Creating projects by bundling work sounds nice, but again, The way the builder thinks about sections is not typically aligned with how projects are executed, so I think there are other tool sets that are a little bit more optimized to project execution. But the capability is there. You can group work items into a single project, and as soon as you mark that project as complete, all those work items have been marked as replaced. So once you've created your profile, hit play to generate work, watch for those notifications. It'll tell you when it's complete and when you can actually view your work, delete it, or start over from scratch. I know that was a really fast path through work analysis of setting up your policies, what is good enough, how to put it in order, a profile for asking for money, and all the individual work items in that profile that are all racked and stacked. Remember that you can select your columns that are helpful for you. Maybe the unmodified cost and modified cost are not as helpful, but you do want to see prioritization score directly in your work item list. All right. The last step in that 5-step process is analyze. I told you during the builder that my mind is, if I'm thinking about things and trying to create action items, I put it in Excel. This is going to break some of that for people. You still can work with Excel, but it's definitely built differently. Your primary reporting analytics dashboards are based upon Power BI. This is helping you create reports that answer the questions of leadership and respond to data asks. You can still share information, export tables, but at the end of the day, these dashboards are helping you make a more informed decision. As in the room, who has worked with Power BI? Excellent.
That's quite a few.
Well, then this is going to be a happy, joyful experience for you, hopefully. Within the enterprise SMS, they have, my understanding is an enterprise installation of Power BI on their cloud environment. They have developed a series of reports that they've deployed into the tool set. And then once it's available, you have the ability to kind of look into that and see results. As Paul was saying, like, it could be mapped view, it could be GIS centric, it can be whatever you want it to be, as long as it can be built in Power BI. This is a report that I found interesting. It's the ESMS QA/QC of Builder Import, where you're able to see, here are the facilities that are in Builder but not in ESMS. Why? Well, we have a missing RPAD value, or it's a non-standard RPU ID, or it's a missing altogether. So this is the validation that you're going to have to go through before you can import your data to make sure, does it align with the real property assets that they're used to seeing. But it just shows that with these dashboards, you can now export the data to Excel, make myself happy with the current layout, or just get all the underlying data. And then you can make your own pretty graphs and charts if you like. We have yet to see if they allow embedding of these into like PowerPoint files or other live documents, but these are within the web application as drop-downs. If you're new to Power BI, get used to the fact that you get to drill within the report. So if you want to focus on just the non-Army assets, if you select that button here where it's on the chart, it filters the data below to just what I'm looking for. If you want to just look at Fort Knox, by selecting the bar chart, it changes the data and it changes the other report elements. Drilling in, drilling through, and filtering directly on page. It's a new tool set. It requires a little bit of comfort and patience to get through, but this really will help you answer those questions live. If you're in the middle of a briefing and they say, hey, why is this facility so low? You have the ability to click, drill through, pull up all the systems and go, oh, it seems to be my fire protection that's throwing off the score. Well, let me drill through. Oh, I've got 16 components. Drill through deeper. Oh, this is the one that's really bad. So don't be satisfied with a static one-time report. Get used to going deeper and then pulling back to answer the questions that you have. And directly on page. This is all reports that are still actively under development, but I am excited to see GIS being integrated at a underlying level. There's nothing that tells a story like a pretty picture, and to see color on a map, to see here's my facilities and I can see the dots on that site location. Here's my green dots, here's my amber dots, here's my red dots. That's going to help really convey a message to what the problems are, and to be able to filter that. Just show me my buildings with a roof system in red. I would expect that the team is going to be quite busy building out all these legacy reports. You see, if you're used to the QC5i, then they are migrating these to Power BI. But the one caveat that I will say is printable PDFs. I have not yet seen the support for. So this is meant for data or on-screen display. With adding filters, determining what site you're looking at from these different organizations to be able to interact directly and live. There for a few years, when people would talk about ESMS with the Searle team, development team, they really leaned heavily into the reporting dashboards. I think that through their efforts with the Army and other agencies, it's the storytelling that really gets the message across and really helps take us to the next level of adoption. And so they've put a lot of time and energy into these dashboards. Joe, I think you asked about data quality reports. I definitely see that they are trying. It's not yet there. I've yet to see a workspace specific report built out. Any questions about the reports, dashboards, Power BI? For us, we've been leveraged heavily the SSRS reporting engine. So where you have parameters and pre-canned reports based upon a certain set of rules, this is meant for more interactivity. So there's going to be a lot of starting from scratch. I would expect that everybody that deploys Builder is going to need to have their own enterprise Power BI license, and will have to deploy their own reports to that report server. So know that that's a requirement. If you are looking to take take ESMS in-house for your agency, that license cost is not inexpensive. Microsoft does not give away Power BI Enterprise. So, looking at a site, what are my different work activities? Where are the costs coming from? All these kind of tables and charts. As you click on replace, the table below would just show you the replacement work. Sure. Joe?
Power BI is not going to be, the license for Power BI is not integrated already into ESMS? I'm trying to understand this distinction you're trying to make with that statement you made earlier.
Yes, so if you are hosted by ERDIC in the DISA environment, they have their own enterprise license, and it's included in everything that they host. But for the Intel community, the Marines, Department of Energy, anybody that self-hosts ESMS, they're going to need to acquire their own enterprise license to be able to embed the reports directly in the server. They're not going to be able to leverage a license key from ERDIC.
All the unique Diagon reports, for example, have you guys started developing ESMS equivalents?
They have not opened up the Power BI elements to us to co-develop yet, but that's certainly on our pathway. We've already explored Power BI. We've already built the dashboards in the past, so it's going to be a evolution. The one piece that I'm really going to miss, and the one reason that we might keep SSRS around for even connecting to ESMS, is just for printable. There is certainly a joy of bringing in photos and whatnot that the dashboards just aren't as well optimized for. It's not going to give you a nice printable PDF. And assessment deliverables are still, they like the thud. Here's a report. It's hard to say, I finished my assessment, all the information's in the database, go have fun. As long as there's a need for something printable, we'll probably still have our site reports. Any other questions about dashboarding? It does not give you the ability to kind of build them on the fly for you to connect to. But if you can write the requirements, Searle can do the coding. And if you can provide them with the report files from a locally developed environment, they could also deploy it elsewhere. These are movable. So the Diagon reports, if they're desired by the Army and we get a dashboard that somebody likes, we can certainly hand Searle those report code. Question online.
What have we seen in regards to component catalog report? We've seen when adding an asset, you kind of pick the system, you pick the component type, and it's not as locked as it used to be. An example, you can find boilers for D20 now where they were only D30 before.
So I will caveat this. This is a sandbox environment. This is a pre-production playground. So don't take the data that you see as representative of what a live production environment is. Because we have the ability in the reference books to look at the costs and change things. Well, let's see. Oh, it just takes a while to page load. Yeah, there we go. So we have permissions to get in here and change cost records and change the year. That typically would not be available in a live environment. So I have not seen a report designed for the catalog itself, but the same thing that you're used to in Builder, where you can see what is the uniformat structure, what is the type of work, what is the cost, and then if you want to filter down to just replace, and wait a little while, you can see, here we go, facility buildings, wheelchair lift, vertical for $80,000. They actually separate out the material from the labor, from the equipment cost. You have a bare total cost. You can identify the source, if this is a commercial or government source. if there is a frequency that's required for this type of work. So they are leaning into a much more sophisticated catalog for different types of work activities. The builder environment typically had just, I have a replacement cost. And then we can factor that up or down based upon region, and we can add a modifier, but the catalog was this wheelchair vertical lift was 60 grand. Now you have a lot more flexibility. And then you can see how this could be used for, if we're going to maintain it, maybe we use some of that material cost. And if we're gonna just do a minor repair, maybe we pull in a little bit labor, but not all of it. So. Did that answer the question online? So it's not a report, but the interface allows you to drill through and see the catalog. And just like costs, you still have those design lives. It says, this wood flooring for my buildings has a planned service life of 40 years. And if you want to remove your custom value, you can reset it to the default. Save as change. All right, we have 400-year now wood flooring. Not a capability you want to give everybody. I like sandboxes. You get to, it's, you know, the ring of, you know, you're trying to learn something and then it changes out from underneath you is exciting. Just today when we were preparing for this, I received the announcement of the update to ESMS. So I was like, well, all of the things we rehearsed may or may not work in the afternoon. This is going to be exciting. Luckily, my permission still worked, and things are going good. During the welcome tomorrow, we're going to go through some of those release notes. We're going to talk about, you know, the pace of what's coming, how to find out what's going on, and how to even ask for accounts. But was there anything else that people wanted to see that they saw me click past that was not necessarily one of the, you know, 5 steps of what do I have? What's its condition? Let me forecast its current and future condition and remaining service life. Let me plan for, do I need to spend money on this thing? And let me analyze this to help my team. Look at a report. Yes.
I'm not sure where this fits in the 5-step process. Maybe it doesn't. And I see that that Scott Limcool isn't here anymore. But it brings up the question of annual work plans and tracking work to completion. So now, you know, you've put in your inventory, you've given it a condition, you've created your work plan. Now you go to the facility manager and they either defer the work or approve the work, and you want to track that work through by either assigning a work order to it, putting it in a project, you know, assigning it deferred. At this point, and what reports are available so that you can share that up with management that it's been assigned a work order or assigned out to someone. Does any of that process exist in the, it used to exist in Builder, is that still going to be a part of ESMS? Do you follow the questioning?
So I heard managing a work plan through its life cycle. And I would say DHA is a heavy user more than most, that it's not enough to just ask for a dollar amount and then let the sites determine whatever they do with the money. They actually say, here are the things that Builder says, let me see what you accept, what you defer, what you execute, and we're gonna kind of maintain it through the life cycle. If you go into your work plan after you've generated and are happy with that work profile and edit the work item, you can absolutely still say, I'm gonna change its status from, you know, to deferred. You can say, I'm gonna plan to complete it, and I'm gonna do it as of 2 days ago. So your work item statuses and dates are still supported. There are new features like validated. There's a lot of what is the funding source. I can see that they've taken efforts to add some features that have been asked for by different people at different times. But once you hit that save, because this was completed yesterday or 2 days ago, it will improve the condition and kind of call that thing done.
And that validation button was a key one for those of us who go out and validate, so thank you.
All right, well, as the heavy user of the work plan, your requests should matter. I did not see life cycle reporting in any of the dashboards as far as like what are the work items by status, but you do have work items by type. So that was this report here where you see for this region what's asking for money by the work type, and then you can drill through from that. So I could see putting a request to the report writer to say, don't worry about the work type alone, add another column that is state, pending, deferred, accepted, validated. Any other questions on things that we clicked by that you didn't necessarily get a thorough enough chance to see? Well, all right. I'm happy to wrap up a little early for you guys and give you more of your afternoon, but that was the 5-step process in both Builder and ESMS. I think it's exciting that even in the sandbox, we were able to go through the entire process outside of a field assessment and get through to running a report and generating a work plan. It's just going to get faster, and as people start migrating their data, the bug reports are going to come in quick. Just like a building is never quite done until you've occupied it and started to use it, I would say a software application is never quite done until it's hit real data with real users trying to execute their job. So don't be either intimidated that it's already just on top of you and you're not ready, because it's still going to take some time for people to get used to it, and we still have a wealth of things to prepare. The assessor guides, the training manuals, the policy documentation, all that is really at its genesis now. And now that the system is generally working, those type of things can be produced. Whereas 6 months ago, it would have been really hard to even build a guidance on a user procedure manual when the software is in that much flux. Other capabilities that we did not talk about today, I know I teased you about leaving early and you guys got really anxious. This is an API-centric system. It is meant for talking to it from another computer. Everything that is working with the mobile tool set and even internal to the application is using APIs. So if you are a programmer or have programmers on your team, they want to play, get used to it. There is an environment right here in your settings where you can actually look at your developer API, and it's a Swagger tool that'll show you what those endpoints can do. If it loads. We have already started migrating our tools to use these. But yeah, it's fun because you can actually see and test code live and in the browser and try it out before you actually build out your tool. There is the ability to do batch data imports and exports. If you don't want to use the API, but you do like flat files, they've built that tool set in. You get to define what the fields are, in that file and how to handle the import. We didn't talk too much about catalog management, but it's certainly there. Cost modifiers allow you to refine it at the organization all the way down to an individual component. And we didn't really go into user permissions and trainings because it wasn't one of the 5 processes. This is one view at it from us. In the ERDICT training site, they have both training for the ESMS field application and administrator training that has a bunch of different modules. So it kind of walks through what Matt Walters taking a step-by-step. Rather than procedure, he's just kind of going through the page to show you what every button does. But valuable, and I referenced it often when building this training, especially trying to figure out how that prioritization button worked. If you have a .mil address, you can register for those training classes anytime, and there's nothing additional that's required. It's free. If you have a .com, if you're a company organization, you might need to email the support team and say, please let me see the training. We are in the middle at Digon of developing our own material, similar to the 5-step, but we're going to include a little bit different organization. We're going to be thinking about it from a configuration and setup process first. Every major program that we do has some existing data set. So I want to make sure that we train on how to take your asset suite, how to take your Maximo flat file and load the equipment that you know about, that you trust. The field inventory and assessment process, using the reports for QA, generating a work plan, looking at the key metrics and models and how to interact with Power BI, and then last, what are the key steps needed for data sustainment? It's not enough to put it in once and assume that it's just going to be fine, especially now that we have new work activity types. I think training on sustainment methodology at the outset might make this system a little bit lower total cost. And we also are doing it in a little bit different format. We've gone through kind of this is how to do X, this is how to do Y, and this is how to do Z. But by the end of day 2, and certainly by the end of day 3, people are just done. So we have created a theoretical moon force. Thank you, AI, for the logo. But it's going to be a storyline where we have 4 different characters. They're named, and they will actually log in and perform those tasks one by one. So as a facilities director, you need to set up the work configuration. As the team lead, you're setting up the group that's going out and doing the facility assessments in the field. The data analyst that's going to be looking at the reports and doing the QA. So thinking about the types of roles that are common in the community and building the training that says this is when Joe is doing that step, and let's log in and pretend we're him. This is when our team lead, Tara, is setting up the teams, all right? This is how you do it. Everything that we provide training on, you actually click in and perform the action. That's why we're waiting for our own server to be set up. Questions?
Last chance.
Gang, I really appreciate you guys coming out. This was the training day that is usually built so that the rest of the sessions with, industry people kind of showcasing certain areas make sense and align with your thinking. So it'll be a different group tomorrow. And again, with everything that's happening with government shutdown and every different rules in place, I appreciate you continuing to come out and support the community. Please say hi to the sponsors, and we'll see you for the rest of the 2 days of agenda. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow at 8, and we're going to have more food and beverages, so enjoy. Thank you, Paul Thiel, for the round of applause from the back.